Hello everyone, welcome back. Sooner than I thought we would be back. Tell me why I didn't think that this came out until November. Tell me why I thought that. I don't know why I thought that, but it came out in the beginning of October. This is, if you're not familiar, the latest Alex Aster offering. The creator of Lightlark has given us two novellas packaged back to back, one from Uro's point of view and one from Grimm's point of view. And as soon as I saw that it had gone live, thank you to the patron who pointed that out, lifesaver there, because I thought we weren't getting this until November. And now here it is in my hands. And can we talk about how unbelievably gorgeous this is? What? Why is this so attractive? This is a beautiful, I haven't even taken it out of the box and I love it. Although I cannot get over, look at Grimm. Look at his little emo face peeking out of his little emo slot. Like, it's not a phase, mom, okay? That's what we're reading next, is this, because you know here on this channel we are obsessed with Lightlark, okay? And not because it's good, to be clear, but because it is the type of disaster that is delightful to watch happen. This is the So Bad It's Good. This is the Tommy Wiseau. This is, who's that other guy? This is the Neil Breen of books, of series. I can't look away from Grimm and his little sadness window. I can't look away. So we're gonna do it. I even made a special bingo card. So should I unpack this beautiful thing first? I almost don't want to read it. It's so pretty. I am honestly quite mad that none of my books will ever look this good. And I can guarantee that my writing is better than hers. So endlessly annoyed that that's the case. But should we unpack this first, or should we go over the bingo card first? I feel like let's go over the bingo card first. We'll save the unveiling of this for when we're ready to read. If somehow this is your very first time here on the channel viewing one of these things, we do what we on the channel call read-alongs, where I read the book and I give you a very close, sometimes line by line, editorial opinion as we read, as well as not only are we educational, we are entertaining because I provide the snark as well, the sass. It flows freely. So you get educational stuff to help you with your own writing, and also a fun, funny time with lots of laughs. Hopefully, that's the hope. So one thing we do here though is the Bad Book Bingo card, but I made a special one just specifically for this. So this, I didn't label it, but this is the Grimm and Uro bingo card, where we're making predictions about what's going to happen in this thing. If you're new here again to the channel, I really recommend that you go watch my read-alongs of the first books in the series. There's 3, right? Yeah, the first 3 books. Go check those out and maybe come back. Or watch this first. I don't know. I'm not your mom. Nigel is here. But let's look over my bingo card. We have Grimm and Uro have chemistry, because as we have established, Grimm and Uro somehow have more chemistry than Isla and Uro, or Isla and Grimm. If they interact at all in these novellas, there will be chemistry, I'm predicting. We have Grimm broods, where he is a broody boy. We're expecting some broodiness. We have Isla still somehow gets new powers. Even though these books aren't about her, I'm still betting we're going to find out about some other power that she never knew she had that's like still a secret from her. We have the other rulers not fleshed out. Obviously, they'll be around, but they probably won't get any more characterization. I have Egg. If you're familiar with the series, you'll know why. Weird writing choices. That one's fairly standard for Alex Aster. Isla acting out of character. If Isla appears in either of these books, I'm predicting that she will act like a different person than the other books. The next square is Grimm apologetics, and that is Grimm can do all sorts of horrible things, but the book will go out of its way to be like, but he feels bad, but he's sad, but he had a hard life. So I'm predicting a lot of Grimm apologetics. Retcon. That one's pretty self-explanatory. We have a classic. The star stick is not described. If the star stick is mentioned at all, it will not be described. We have Uro's section is more boring or shorter than Grimm's. So we'll see what the divide is between these two, if it's exactly even or if Uro's is shorter. I bet you Uro's will be more boring though. Wild tone switches. This author loves to go from like, oh my gosh, the world's about to end and we need to solve the mystery, to let's spend several chapters in a Hallmark Christmas village. The middle square is just Isla is the best. That's our freebie square, because we all know no matter whose point of view we're in, Isla is the best. We have scenes copy-pasted from previous books. Queen Cleo slander. We stan Queen Cleo here on this channel, and I'm certain this book will find new and interesting ways to hate on her. Pretty Princess dress-up. That applies to the boys as well. Weird world building. That one's probably a gimme. Never felt romantic love before Isla, because we might be finding out some of these boys' backstories a little bit more. They will have never felt romantic love before Isla came along. I have emo sad boys. These guys have got to be sad. Like, men are not interesting unless they're sad. Grimm, obviously favored as the love interest by the author. Surroundings barely described. Scenes end abruptly, which is another hallmark of this author. Everyone talks about Isla. Bizarre armor. We've seen it with Grimm before, and now we're going to get his whole point of view, so I bet you there's going to be some really weird armor. And awkward fight scenes. So that's everything I've got on the bingo card for this particular read-through. Nigel, you can just chill out. All right, so let's open this up, and I'm gonna cry because it's gonna be so pretty. And why does such a mediocre, certainly mediocre book get to be so pretty? I'll tell you why. Money. Some people have asked me, like, how is she still so, like, famous? Like, people have kind of universally agreed that her books are not very good. Some people still love them, obviously, but they're not getting the hype in bookish spaces that this level of, like, advertisement and external hype would imply. And you know why? It's because Alex Aster comes from money. Her parents' money pays for things like billboards in Times Square and really fancy book publications. You could argue with me all you want, but like, money makes a huge difference in pretty much every aspect of the world, including publishing. So if you're wondering how this happened, money. And if you're wondering how it came out so fast, a lot of people are probably going to speculate that she used AI. I remind everyone that, again, because of money, she doesn't have a job. This is her job. And being on TikTok, those are her jobs. So she does not need a day job that forces her to be away from her books. So she can shit this out. I bet she doesn't even edit at this point. She just passes it off to somebody else who edits it, heavy quotes, and then it's published. But yes, the answer to that question, money. All right, let's see what money buys. There he is, the sad boy himself, Grimm. So emo. Look at that face. That is the poutiest face. He's just been told he can't have a cookie. And then, oh my God, the sprayed edges are gorgeous. Oh my God, I've never had a book with such beautiful sprayed edges, ever. Nothing in my collection has this beautiful sprayed edges. I'm going to ruin it by reading the book. But yes, here's Oro on his side with all of his flames. He looks also kind of petulant and a little bit more anime than Grimm. Grimm doesn't look quite as like anime boy as Oro does. Our two boys, and they're back to back, ready to have an enemies to lovers type relationship. But oh, it's so pretty. Oh, I'm going to be so sad when I make the sprayed edges less pretty by reading the book. Because I have noticed that if you read the book, the sprayed edges just get a little bit less pretty. They get like a little space in between them, and it's not as nice. It's like, oh, so sad. What is the inside? Okay. Oh no. Okay, here's Grimm's side. Grimm and Isla. Go look at Oro's side. Oh, there's just way more tragic. They're not together. Way more tragic because we all know that Grimm is endgame. I do like this one better though because there's more stuff going on. But yeah, Grimm and Isla just together. They're married. You can tell that this is probably a bit of a Hades and Persephone thing. Like possibly it started out as a Hades and Persephone style retelling because obviously she's got the nature side and he's darkness. I do think I am going to read his side first. It's a vibe that I have. I know that the author wants him to be endgame, so he's going to go first. And then Oro, who I would prefer normally the Golden Retriever boy, he gets to go second. Just because I like him better than Grimm. So we're just going to dive right in. Grimm and Oro Dueling Crowns edition. Here he is looking emo and anime in the inside. It's dedicated to for those who find stars in darkness, which does not, in my opinion, actually make a whole lot of sense. Oh my goodness, even in Grimm and Orwell's book, the boob vines are still present. Look at them. Look at them. Why do we still have the titty vines? All this work and we're still just doing the titty vines? Like, can we please... Grimm and Orwell should have their own thing. It shouldn't just be the titty vines. Lazy. All this work, all this beautiful sprayed edge, and we're doing that. All right, so we're going to read chapter 1. I'm going to have to number these again, aren't I? Because the author does not number her chapters. I'm going to write in the book with a pencil. So chapter 1 is called Infinite, and we are with Grimm. What? Okay. It already doesn't make any sense. The first line is, whenever I feel alone, I imagine myself scattered across the sky. Just picture that for a second. Grimm scattered across the sky. I'm just picturing little bloody chunklets of Grimm scattered across a starry landscape. So somebody startles Grimm from thinking about how he wants to be infinite. And it's Layla, who is that his teacher? Oh, his sister. He has a sister, I guess. My sister teaches me. Do we know that he had a sister, or is this like already a retcon? And Grimm is at a point in his life, in his young life, presumably he's pretty young here, where he can't use his powers. He's trying and he can't get them to work. Now, as you recall, Grimm's father had a lot of children. That's what we learned in a previous book. And he would just kill them, pit them against each other until he found the right one. And Grimm was the right one. So I wonder if we're going back to that and he's going to have to do like some sort of competition with his siblings or something.
As a child, my father would have Gamora and me battle one another in training.
I don't think his sister was ever mentioned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might be already a retcon, because I think it was just sons that were mentioned. My face reddens with thorn-prickling embarrassment. Page 1, and I already want to cross off awkward writing. What is thorn-prickling embarrassment? Right now, Grimm is viewed as a burden, because Grimm has to be the saddest sad boy who was ever sad.
You play the ghost of a dream of a memory of a cyborg warrior trying to find his dead wife inside a poem.
Okay, so Grimm is 7 years old, and his sister Layla here is 8, and she can use shadows, and he can't. He loves his sister, which certainly means that he will watch her get murdered in front of him, because Grimm did not have a sad enough backstory. This author has to keep finding new and interesting ways to make Grimm's life sad. There's implication, and I'm not sure I understand it, that she can, like, maybe turn into a bird or something, or turn herself into shadow, but she's like made holes all throughout the palace. Maybe it's portaling. I don't know. It's really unclear. But she's done something that allows her to like escape from places she doesn't want to be. We finally find out where these characters are. We didn't find that out until the bottom of page 2. They're in the palace. They're creeping around at night, and she has brought the shadows so that they can creep more easily. But I didn't know that until now. They pass one of his guardians, Asa, who has beaten Grimm. Grimm's got scars all over him because Asa beats him, and it's just like, where is Grimm's sad backstory on here? I already forgot. Do I give it emo sad boys already? We haven't even seen Oro's side of things, but oh, this phrasing. It's only when we slip through the door out into the gardens that I finally loosen a breath. Loosen a breath, not loose. Loosen. It's stuck, you know? We just need to loosen it a little bit. Maybe some WD-40, I don't know. Oh, Layla's just so full of spunk and spirit. They're outside now, obviously, and she starts to run and laugh, and Grimm's like, hey, stop that. We're not supposed to have joy. They're at the Winter Palace, by the way, which I believe is the one that's up in the mountains where it never thaws, but there's still, like, trees and grass. They're frost-covered grass, but, like, there wouldn't be, like, grass at all if it never gets warm here. Layla is the fun-loving Azula of this pairing. I'm getting Azula and Zuko vibes here, but she's more fun than Azula, and she's father's favorite, so she doesn't get punished.
She's a true prodigy.
Okay, she can turn into a bat. We find out on page 3, after vaguely alluding to it many times, but so vaguely, I don't know what the heck. But her flair, I guess, turns into a bat.
Bat?
Apparently Layla is a little bit of a jerk, but Grimm is just so needy he hasn't noticed. He loves his sister. But she tends to when they get in trouble, turn into a bat and fly away and leave him to take the fall. Yes. One day soon we will fight to the death in the gauntlet to determine who becomes father's heir. All right, so we are doing that part of Grimm's life.
Get used to disappointment.
Which makes the most sense and also lets this author go back to her roots of doing some kind of death game. I don't know if anyone edited this. By the way, I do have a snack. Nobody panic. Layla finally slows her pace, then stops, mud-laden snow sputtering around her leather boots. The snow is sputtering. I just don't think this was, like, edited at all. Was this edited by an AI? I almost feel like this might have been edited by an AI or some kind of editing program because it didn't catch, like, sputtering is spelled correctly, but it's not the right word here. Corners being cut in these books? Say it ain't so, Julian. She calls him Grimshaw. He's like, don't do that. She says, Grim, happy? And he thinks, never. Grim is such a little emo baby that he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna die in the gauntlet. Nah, it's whatever. My cool sister gets to live. So they get to the top of a hill, and there's like this portal or something. There's this big swirling thing, and the stars are like dancing within it. And Grim says, I envy the stars for once. I envy them as they twirl like one. He literally started out this chapter saying that he wishes he was like the stars. So what does he mean he envies them for once? All the prophet followers are here in this time period because Layla knows about this because the prophet followers told her. But it doesn't seem like it's very far from the castle, so I think she might have just been able to see it from her window or something. Grimm's dad hates the prophet, who must be alive at this point. I don't know if that matters. I don't know what matters, so I'm just going to telling you everything.
Get used to disappointment.
At 7 years old, Grimm has totally come to terms with the fact that he's going to die. He's like, well, in my dreams I'm free, but that's not true. That sucks. But don't worry, at least it'll be my sister killing me. He's like, very mature for a 7-year-old. He says that the stars are spiraling beautifully like a message from the gods. And I'm like, who are the gods? Who are the gods? Which ones would be sending you a message via the stars? And what would they send and why? Why do these people worship gods? How do they worship gods? We don't know. We don't care. Grimm is just happy that he's going to die because then he never has to be alone. Because the ruler of Nightshade must be lonely forever, you see? And never feel romantic love until he meets a girl named Isla. There's the chapter title. We made it 7 pages in before she did a title drop for the chapter. But the sister says, up there in all that swirling portal place, or whatever's in the sky, unclear, swirly star thing, there's a diamond. A really cool diamond that our father wants and hasn't been able to get. And it's called Infinite. So, I bet you that's the one, the giant potato-sized jewel that Grimm gives to Isla. He's like, what does infinite mean? And she says, everything at the same time, everywhere. And then he thinks everything at the same time, everywhere. And I think this author would very much like to have written Everything Everywhere All at Once, but unfortunately that is the name of an amazing movie instead. Layla falls asleep in the snow, and they lay there watching the weird swirly stars, and then he carries her home. So she must be quite light, because he's, again, 7, and she's 8. And at those ages, girls can very easily be bigger than boys. But I guess he's a very strong 7-year-old. But as he brings her inside, oh no, Guardian Asa is there, and Grimm manages to conjure like a very small shadow to hide him and his sister. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Asa discovers them, and Layla turns into a bat to fly away. Bat! Because Grimm was caught outside fraternizing with his sister, because they're not supposed to communicate with each other, he gets whipped. Again, standard fare for sad boy backstory. But all of a sudden, he's had a change of heart, so he takes his beating and is dragged back to his room, and he says, they hope I die. I hope I live. Even though, like, a page ago, he was, like, completely resigned to death and okay with it. He says, I hope I live, for the string of stars has shown me that beauty exists. Oh, well, he saw some stars and now he wants to live, I guess. Well, I think this is a reference also to Isla and her star stick and her puddle of stars, because he's like, there's a world out there and those stars, they felt like a promise of better days to come. We are alluding towards Isla and her star stick. He wakes up in his room, it's still dark, they've locked him in. He's being very sad and pathetic. He apparently has a panic attack. This author is not the best at writing, full stop, but That's the full sentence. But she's really struggling with, like, he's trying to get out the door. He tries a few things and the door doesn't open. And only when she starts describing how he, like, can't catch his breath and then he realizes that he's hyperventilating, is it clear that he's having an emotional response to this. Because, like, he's just doing things. And then all of a sudden he's struggling to breathe. And it takes you a minute to realize it's because he's having a panic attack. But we were given no indication of that building panic until he's like mid-panic attack. And I want a little bit, like, can we blend them? Can we blend the two things together? The action and the feeling, can we blend it together? But in the midst of his random panic attack that we've not been with him long enough to know if he's ever had one of these before, but it didn't sound like it. It sounds like this is probably his first time because he was pretty resigned up until now. But because of this first panic attack, which takes up about this much space, he's teleported himself somewhere. One of his powers has kicked in. As usual, this author is writing at breakneck speed. We don't have time to slow down and do any emotional beats, or any beats at all, really. It's just like bam, 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 bam. So he freaks out even more because he realizes he has a flare, and the flare is teleportation. And he's like, oh no, not this flare. Apparently, this one is specifically like a danger, or I suspect that he knows that his father really, really values this specific flare, and that means Layla will be killed. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Yep. He's like, there's only one other person in history that had the power to teleport, and that is Cronin, our ancestor. And so if Father figures out I can teleport, there's like nowhere I'll be able to hide from him. He's going to want me as his heir, and he's going to like get me. And also my sister will die. So Grimm's like, okay, I can't escape. I need to go back to the castle to protect my sister somehow. Obviously, as he does not have a sister in the other books, I don't think that works out. Apparently it takes him hours, but we're not interested in that. But he finally thinks real hard about his sister, and his love for her makes him teleport back. I really wish that we would take time to establish any of these things. Why does he love his sister, aside from the fact that she's the only one of his siblings that pays attention to him? Because she's a real dick to him. But maybe attention is just, it's worth it for him to have attention from anybody. But she's basically like, you're going to be my little minion and come with me when I want. And then when we get in trouble, I'm going to turn into a bat and fly away, and you get in trouble and get whipped and everything. And he has no resentment about that whatsoever. He just loves her so much. And she's fully like, I'm going to kill you. No questions asked. And he is like, good, I'm glad it's you. Like, what is the basis for their relationship? Or is he just that needy? We don't know. But also, has he ever had panic attacks before? Like, we don't know. We're screaming through this chapter of his life at 1,000 miles an hour. And he teleports back, and that is it. The next chapter is called Bottomless, and it is 5 years later. But I am going to leave you here and come back for the next chapter. I'll maybe read that one more chapter. Oh, it's really short. These are always really short. Maybe it's not the gauntlet in this chapter, because the next one is 20 years later, so I don't know how long it takes before they get to kill each other, but we'll find out. Alright, one more chapter today, then I need to go do other things. But I really wanted to get started on reading this. Oh, it's so pretty. Why is it so pretty? Anyway, the next chapter is called Bottomless. It takes place 5 years later, and it makes me wonder if there's like some sort of bottomless fries or something involved. I would be on board for that. So for 5 years, Grimm does not use his flare. So he doesn't practice at all. And for some reason, undisclosed, tonight, 5 years later, he decides he just wants to try it again. Why? Fuck if I know. We do not care about motivations in this book. Characters just do things. But now he's into it. He's like, alright, I didn't use it for 5 years, suddenly randomly decided I wanted to try it again, and now I'm hooked. I gotta keep teleporting. Hooked on teleportation, everybody. Teleportation is a gateway drug. Apparently the Christmas village exists even in his father's time, because he teleports down to the Christmas village and gets some candy. And as we recall, canonically, his favorite candy is licorice, because Grimm's awful. Yeah, no explanation of why he went from I can never ever use this gift because somebody might find out to I use it all the time. And now we're 3 days until the gauntlet. So cool. Why did we bother to not have him use it at all if he was just going to suddenly start using it? Why not just say that he's been practicing with it this entire time instead of I didn't use it for 5 years and then like a few days before the gauntlet I just started obsessively using it. Apparently some of the siblings are trying to improve their odds by poisoning each other. I don't know why they don't just poison Layla, because I feel like if Grimm has figured out that Layla is the favorite, everybody else would have figured that out too. Layla flies in through, quote-unquote, the hole in my room. We're not interested in where that hole is. She just flies in through it. Layla's just here to discuss how she's going to kill Grimm. He's like, stab me through the heart, and she's like, done. Can do, brother. Again, the only explanation for why Grimm likes his sister is just that she pays attention to him. More reasons to be sad for Grimmy Poo. He's like, since this is my last night alive, I want to go somewhere special. And we find out that he's totally been collecting top secret maps from hidden libraries for years, so he knows where he's going. And he portals to Lightlark. It's just really pretty in Lightlark. He spends some time there and then he portals home. That's it. It's like everything, it takes about 5 sentences. But he wakes the next morning to a scream and he runs out of his room and he finds that the halls are just wall-to-wall dead siblings. There's so many dead siblings that they're stacked on top of each other. Apparently his dad was very, very prolific. Dead siblings everywhere.
Hide behind the mound of dead bards.
Apparently, though, he can feel her emotions. I don't think we established this, but maybe we're just supposed to know that Grimm can do that? Is that one of his powers? I can't even remember these people's powers. But so I know Oro can sense if you're lying, but I guess maybe Grimm can sense your emotions. So he uses his emotion tracking powers that we've not mentioned until now to find her. He finds her, and their father has her in his clutches and is strangling her. But of course, his father has figured out that he can teleport. He only figured it out last night, specifically. So if Grimm could have not teleported last night, none of this would have happened. So it says, I reach for my powers. I tried to portal her away out of danger, but it doesn't work. My emotions are too unstable, too unfettered. I've never portaled anyone but myself before. Then why does he even think to do it? Like, how would he do it? We don't know what magic feels like to use, really. So, like, how would he even try to use his power on somebody else? With a push, he shoves her in front of me. Push and shove, close enough synonyms that we don't need both of them in the same sentence. You can just say, he shoves her in front of me, or he shoves her down in front of me, or he pushes her to her knees in front of me, or something. But I get the feeling that the reason these books came out so fast is because they were not edited. Obviously, spelling has been corrected for the most part, but I think that was almost certainly mostly done by machine. So she turns into a bat, which I don't know why she couldn't do to escape from her father strangling her. But now she's like, I have to kill Grimm. If I'm going to become the leader, she was going to kill him anyway. But now she's even more determined because she's got to prove herself. He's like, this is fine. This is what I knew was going to happen anyway. Go ahead, kill me, Layla. Rip my throat out with your bat teeth. And she goes to do it, but then his powers like flare to life to stop her. She falls to the floor, transforms back into a human, and she's like ripped to shreds, basically. So he's laying there, hugging what's left of her mutilated body and, wailing. And I'm like, oh no, not Layla, the girl we've known for 18 pages. Oh no.
Help. Police. Murder.
And he's like, but I've read in a book randomly, because these characters can just always have read something somewhere in some book, that you can resurrect people if you give them some of your life force, but you both have to love each other. And he doesn't mean romantic love. It can be any type of love. But he knows in his heart of hearts that Layla was incapable of that kind of love, because I think we're implying that she's a psychopath, just like their dad. Yeah, she's still super dead, so that doesn't work. He tries to do the love resurrection thing, and it doesn't work, and I'm like, yeah, you read about it in a book, but, like, how on earth does he think he would be able to just do that? Just here on the floor, do it. Having never practiced, having no powers related to it. I guess anybody could just do it if you love hard enough, which is really depressing, because it's like, I guess if anybody, picture a mother whose child has died, and she's there cradling her child and, like, begging for it to come back. Is her love for her baby and her baby's love for her not enough for that spell to work? Like, because all Grimm did was sit here and hold his sister and think really hard about how he wanted her to come back. So, like, if there's more to the spell, we don't know it. But he's so enraged and filled with grief that shadows flood from his body, and suddenly he's, like, got uber strong powers. He rips the castle apart. The corpses all fall into the abyss of the castle destruction. And the dad is like, yes. He's doing an Emperor Palpatine. He's like, yes, son, use your hate. Dad just says, pain is power, and then buggers off. Good. We are speed running this tragic backstory, everyone. Oh, I should have put chocolate on the bingo card. Oh no. One of the guardians finds him and she takes him to the kitchen and she gives him a cup of hot chocolate. I should have known. I should have known hot chocolate cures everything in these stories. And conveniently, his hatred for his father literally turns into wanting to please his father in the space of a sentence. So I'm glad we're not taking our time with any of these character beats. And then it ends by saying, I become what Layla wanted for herself. I become my father's greatest weapon. And that's the end of that chapter. We are 22 pages in and like just hurtling through this backstory at 1,000 miles an hour. I don't even know if we need to see it because we already kind of know that Grimm had a tragic backstory like this. We're just getting a few more details about it. Like, well, when did he get his teleporting powers? How did he become so powerful with his shadows? Did he have a sister you don't care about? So, like, we could have skipped all of that, and we probably would have lost nothing. I don't know where my bookmark is. I probably should have found that before I started reading. I'll use this random piece of paper I found on the floor. And I'm going to leave you all for now, but my goodness, is it as disastrous as we feared it would be? Yes. But at least it is going so quickly. This author's like, did you see that detail? Good, I hope you're paying attention because if you missed it, you missed it. We're walking. Just cruising at 1,000 miles an hour. Anyway, I'll see you for the next chapter. Hello, we're back for like one chapter because that's all I have time for today. But in case anybody else wants to do this, I could actually be like first at something. Probably not, but I like to imagine. Mostly, I had a couple of things that I wanted to chat about. Now I'll see if I can remember them. The first one being like, what was the point, plot-wise, of Grimm having a sister? And I was washing dishes and going through all of the iterations of like, why did it matter that we saw those scenes where Grimm had a sister? Now, the first and most obvious one is give him a family member that he likes, so it's even more tragic. That his backstory has to be the most tragic. I wonder if I should put that on the bingo card. Grimm's backstory more tragic than Oro's.
Agony, far more painful than yours.
That's like the easiest one, is that's why he had a sister. But he had a weird relationship with his sister, and it would have been really interesting if we had explored that, but we didn't. We just kind of were given it, which is kind of not surprising for both the fact that this is a novella and the fact that it's this author and the fact that this was written very quickly and clearly not fleshed out or edited. I feel pretty strongly that it's probably given the bare minimum of editing, because once publishers figure out that people will buy stuff, especially if it's pretty, it doesn't matter what the words are like. But the sister relationship could have been really interesting. So one of the things I think she might have been doing with it is trying to evoke a Zuko and Azula type of thing. So we view Grimm as Zuko. Everybody likes Zuko. So we want to view Grimm like that, with their overbearing evil father, aka the Fire Lord, aka the ruler, Grimdark, or whatever the fuck the land is they live on. I've already forgotten. So yeah, that's like one way that I think we were meant to view it, because he loves his sister, but she doesn't really love him. She uses him.
You waste all your time playing with knives. You're not even good.
Now, another thing that they could be doing with it is, I'm going to put this down, is that she could be a lot like Isla. Like, Isla could remind Grimm of his sister in like a positive way. He's drawn to strong women because his sister was strong, but his sister did not actually like him. His sister basically used him as a free tag-along who she could blame for everything wrong that she did. Grimm just liked his sister. The implications of that, if he ends up liking Isla because Isla reminds him of his sister, is that he likes women who take advantage of him, and he likes simping for what someone could charitably call a dominant woman, but actually seems more like probably a psychopath. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with it. For me, the trying to make him like Zuko is probably the strongest one, aside from just like he needs to have an even more tragic backstory, so let's give him a sister. But the weirdness of his relationship with his sister is what makes me think it's supposed to evoke Zuko. The other thing that I wanted to question was like, early on, but way back when, in the first book, we are told that rulers can basically live forever, but if they have children, they start to age. Why is Grimm's father popping out so many kids? This guy who's like so addicted to being like the strongest and the most powerful badass ruler is gonna let a kid usurp his throne, is gonna let himself age in the hopes of producing a certain kid. I don't buy that. Like, but we barely know this guy aside from just a shadowy Fire Lord type figure, but it doesn't make sense for him to do that. So did he accidentally get someone pregnant? And now he's like, well, I had one kid. I better start producing more before I age to death. Like, what? It doesn't make sense why these rulers would have children. Like, Cleo had one too, which technically should mean that Cleo should be aging to die, but it seems like she's not, unless because her son died she stopped aging. I feel like perhaps Alex Aster just forgot that rule, or she's already retconned it in her head as not being true, and she just hasn't had anybody ask questions about it. But if it's so evidently not true, even back when Grimm was a child, then why is it still a prevalent belief when Isla goes through her centennial or whatever? Who knows? I still haven't found my bookmark. I am still using this piece of paper. All right, let's go. The next chapter, chapter 3, is called Fury, and it takes place 20 years after the previous chapter, because we are just speed running through his life for some reason. Like, is any of this necessary backstory to whatever the point of this novella is going to be? Probably not. But the author was just like, well, I said that Grimm had a tragic backstory, so I'm just going to summarize it again in novella form. So we start out with Grimm on the battlefield, and already we have a lot of like contradictory movement. He's got his sword out, it's got blood on it. I wipe it against the grass, my expression blank as I charge forward. So are you wiping your sword or are you charging? Because they're in the same sentence, like you're doing both at the same time. It's as I, not then I. So he's somehow wiping his sword and charging at the same time. And then next sentence, someone at my feet begs for mercy. He says he has children. So are you charging forward or are you standing over someone at your feet? Like, what is happening in this scene? The author's just like, whatever, he's doing a bunch of things. And then he basically just goes on for the rest of the page about how merciless and badass he is and how he shut out all his emotions. Much like Isla briefly shut out her emotions for like 10 seconds in the previous book. But we learn that after the battle, after he's slaughtered everyone because he's just that mighty of a warrior, he portals all of the bodies away. They're at war with Lightlark. So these are Lightlark soldiers that he's just cut down, all of them. And he portals their bodies away to Nightshade so that his people can see how powerful he is. Which is so silly because now you just dumped a bunch of corpses on your own land. What are your people supposed to do with those? I guess make skin gloves out of them. Perhaps this is where the skin industry really took off. Because he just kept dumping just armies worth of dead people on his citizenry. What the things that Alex Aster thinks of sometimes, that's why we love these books, because it's just so bonkers. He doesn't bring home like the head of a powerful general. He's like, here's all the people I killed today. It's so weird, such a weird description. My armor scraping together, not my armor clanking or clattering, scraping together. My father is sitting on his throne made of twisted, whispering, calcified shadows. Are the shadows actually whispering, or is that just another weird description from Alex Aster? So Grimm is like, hey Pops, I killed over 500 people, and his dad's like, why won't they surrender? And he's like, it's the ruler's son. Again, more sons being had, and I don't know why. If you can live forever, but not after you have kids, why are you having kids? Do these people just really, really want kids? I would be so good at being one of these rulers. But the second son, who I believe is Oro, is just so good and just, and people rally behind him that the Lightlarkians won't surrender. The dad's like, they're sending their second son, not even the heir. And it's like, yeah, Grimm is like your 13th son or something like that, guy. So Grimm's like, I could kill people a lot more efficiently if I could use my shadow powers, but to use my shadow powers, I need to use my emotions, because sometimes magical powers in these stories are tied to emotions. Sometimes they're not. It's just whenever the author needs them to be. The power of the world's softest magic system. But even though for most of this chapter, which is like 2 pages so far, he's been insisting I'm an emotionless husk. I think love is stupid and anybody who has love is an idiot. He's like, but my emotions are like this close to busting through, actually. But they're like, that last battle was clearly the one that crippled Lightlark, so Grimm's like, is it time? And his father's like, yes, it's time. And we smash cut to somehow they are already there doing the killing of the king of Lightlark. His head's already off. So we're just like there's room. You don't have to go screaming ahead at this pace. You can take your time and actually show us some scenes, but no, we're not doing that. I don't think Alex Aster has ever paid attention or even watched like a fantasy movie to get some of this terminology. Their strongest soldiers have made a wall holding firm against ours, like a shield wall, an actual wall, a barricade of some kind. What are we trying to say here? They've made a wall, but what is it? For some reason, the king and queen of Lightlark were out in front of this wall so that evil Shadow Fire Lord could kill them both at the same time. This is so rudimentary. This writing is worse. I'm not surprised because she probably wrote this very fast. This definitely reads like, I know I hate it when people say this something reads like a first draft, but this, in my opinion, actually does. Because this is so underwritten. Let me just like find some excerpts here. He's dead, along with his wife. My father has killed him. We're going to win, I think. His arms, they're trembling. His eyes are bloodshot. He almost looks weak, which does not make sense, because he's supposed to be stronger than all of us. And then the commander, the Sunling Prince, comes rushing out right toward us, his blade pointed at my father. He's going to kill him. Like, this is such a rough draft. Like, these are the things you write. This isn't even a rough draft. This is an outline that you then go back in and flesh out. And possibly that's how Alex Aster does it with her other books. She writes a very, very spare alpha draft, 0 draft, and then goes back in and fleshes it out, and just didn't this time because she needed to get this out. And also, we have Grimm thinking things in italics, which is fairly universally, at least in the US, I don't know. His thoughts are in italics. If you read like a full sentence in a book, it's probably either a dream or a thought. But we keep having, I think. So, I should let him, I think. We're going to win, I think. We know it's his thinking, because we're in his POV and it's whole sentences in italics. He has a very brief, and by brief I mean like 4 sentences long, battle within himself about whether he should let Oro kill his dad. But then Grimm's like, no, if I let my dad die, then I become the ruler, and I super duper don't want that. So he tells his dad to get out, and he's going to fight with Oro. Oro is, of course, understandably enraged and saddened by the death of both of his parents, and Grimm is like, emotion disgusts me. So Grimm, I keep forgetting that he can feel other people's emotions sometimes, I guess, and he lets down that barrier, and he like feels all of Oro's anger and sadness. And he's like, huh, is this what caring about other people feels like? Interesting. And of course, Oro is a mama's boy, because all of the boys in these books love their mommies so much. So Grimm is like taunting him, and he's like, who has upset you this much? Is it your father? No, it's your mother. And he can tell by Oro's emotions that the mother's death affects him more than the father's. I can't help but feel like subconsciously all of these authors of these romantasy books want to be boy moms. One thing we are getting on repeat is just how emotionless Grimm is. He's just got no feelings and scorns all emotions of love. Just in case you forgot, in about 2 sentences, you are going to be reminded. A fresh spring of hurt pierces the air, making it heavy like rain.
What does it mean?
So Grimm's just a better fighter than Oro, and he stabs him right through his armor, so I don't know what the point of the armor is, but it says, red streams from the place I wounded. What an awkward way to phrase that. That you would normally go back in and fix if you were editing, which this book is not. You would have to convince me very much that this book was edited at this point. I would need to speak with the actual editor about their process for me to believe that this was edited beyond spelling and grammar, and that was probably done mostly by a robot. But Oro ignores the injuries because he's just so filled with passion and rage. Oh man, I just love how cinematic and beautifully worded this fight scene is. I strike back with all my force. At the last minute, he grits his teeth and avoids it. Wow. Just the artistry on display. But for some reason, I don't know why, Oro was like, you wouldn't understand. You've never seen anyone you love die in front of you. And Grimm is just, he's sent reeling because he thinks about Layla.
It also occurs to me for the first time that the ruler of the Nightshade realm has one child that he named Grimshaw and another child that he named Layla. Like, what does he do for names? Does he just let somebody else name them? Does he put a bunch of words into a hat? Does he have some child named Kevin? Like, I need to know.
But remembering that he has a dead sister who he kind of liked has just sent Grimm into absolute turmoil. She was going to kill you, Grimm. She fully admitted it. She was like, I'm going to make it quick because I like you. But he conveniently doesn't think about that part. But we then remember that Grimm can also become invisible and intangible. And so he just, when Oro goes to stab him, he just makes himself into smoke and the blade goes right through. Grimm is so shooketh that he just buggers off. He abandons the battlefield. He portals back home. And now that the gates have been opened to him having emotions, his feelings are just going wild and out of control. This is all in the same chapter, by the way. This is like 5 pages. Everything that I've described to you is happening, just one thing after another, with no descriptions besides what is absolutely necessary to get the point across. So Grimm goes back to his father, and his father's like slumped on the throne, clearly having a bad time. And he's like, why? My father's so weak. That's why he always had me fight all the battles. And I thought it was going to be because when you have children in this universe, you age, or at least that's what we were told way back in book 1. But it turns out, no, he was just cursed. Somehow he was cursed by an object that is on the island of Atlas, and it's a diamond, and it's probably Isla's marriage diamond. But I guess perhaps Grimm's going to have to go on a solo MacGuffin hunt, maybe.
Get used to disappointment.
Grimm does love a MacGuffin hunt. That's one thing we do know about him. He is all about those MacGuffin hunts. Then again, so's Oro. Both these boys, they really should get together. They're perfect for each other, because MacGuffin hunt. Oh, also, did they have any chemistry on the battlefield together? They could have if it had been written, like, even slightly less. Like, just a rundown of facts. I don't know how I would bleed chemistry from the basically outline that I just read. But we could. Like, if we imagine that scene was better written, the chemistry that could have been just steaming from these two boys as they met each other on the battlefield. Also, I love how the place that he needs to go to get the diamond is called Atlas, which is just like a rearrangement of Atlantis, basically. Like, it's not, it's missing a letter, but I bet she thought Atlantis and then was like, I'm just going to get rid of some letters and Atlas. Everybody wants to, like, take over the world or destroy the world or something. Because Grimm's like, Dad, why would you go mess with that diamond? It's supposed to be super, super dangerous. And his dad's like, that would allow me to win the world. Win the world. Not conquer the world, not take over the world. Win the world.
The world is a mess, and I just need to rule it.
Also, apparently there's no concern about, like, everyone dying, because wasn't Oro like a special kind of leader where if he dies, like everyone in this world dies? Again, that might just be a point that we forgot about or that isn't true, conveniently not true anymore. I'm very confused by the lore.
What are the rules?
Yeah, he was an origin, wasn't he? Like, he was a special type of leader. So if he died, it wouldn't just be all of the people in Lightlark. It would be everyone, including the Nightbane people. I don't know why we think that Lightlark just has endless troops. Like, you're the ones who will eventually, anyway, have those flying monster creatures that you can summon with that magic sword, the Drex. But he's like, Father, you need to surrender because you can't handle, like, any more battle. And if we, like, give them an inch, the Lightlarkians will just overcome us because they're more powerful. And I'm like, if you just kill so many of them every time you step on the battlefield, how do they have enough people left? How do they have the population to win if you were to stop fighting? What is happening over on Lightlark? Are people just, like, born out of wishes? Like, what? But Dad is like, no, you have to keep fighting. And so Grimm does, but now he feels bad about it. because Oro unlocked his emotions, which I admit is kind of gay. We'll take any scrap we can get of these two boys. Of these two boys having chemistry, am I right? We gotta make our own fun around here. Plus it'll annoy that one homophobe who likes to hang out in my comment section. Hi! But his dad has a new plan. He tells us in the last paragraph of this chapter, Dad has a new plan. And he's just sick of having his son go to battle or whatever. So he surrenders to Lightlark, and then he sends Grimm to Lightlark's shore, and Grimm gets imprisoned immediately, and it says, and for months, prison is where I remain. Because he doesn't have to stay there, it's his choice, because he can, again, make himself invisible, intangible, and teleport anywhere. So he is there for a reason. We'll just have to find out what that is in the next chapter. So I need to mark the next chapter. That's chapter 4, I believe. Where did my pencil keep going? I think ferrets steal it in between filming. But let's have a quick look at the bingo card, shall we? So I think we can have Grimm broods already, because he's pretty damn broody when he's like, I have no emotions, I have no feelings. People who have love are stupid. Gonna give it scenes end abruptly, because we've already had that. Should we give it weird world building already? Because there's just some weird stuff going on. Oh, definitely awkward fight scenes. Okay, awkward fight scenes is getting crossed off as well, for sure. Those are the ones I'm gonna do for right now, but we're only on chapter 3. Well, chapter 4 now is our next chapter, so we've got time. We're back for a lovely morning. It is bright and early, and ferrets are loose, so what better time to film, right? All right, let's go. This next chapter with old Grimmy Boy is called Peace.
I cannot forgive myself for missing the opportunity to call him Grimothy through all of this. I deeply apologize for my lack of comedic forethought.
But yes, he's in a prison cell from which he could totally escape if he wanted to, so this is definitely part of a plan. They kept him in the cell for a really long time, though. They just kept him down there. I don't know. Did you have him? Don't know why. But they take him out of the cell, and they move him to a room in the castle. Again, unclear why, unless we're doing Beauty and the Beast, in which case I'm fully on board. Except for it's kind of reversed, like Grimm is the Beast, but he's being held prisoner by Oro. Anyway, let's get this romance kicked off, shall we? This Shadow Daddy Golden Retriever boy romance. So we find out in this portion now that Grimm is really persnickety, and he's like, nobody touches my stuff. Nobody touches my bed. I hate that the attendants made up the bed for me here in this room that I've been moved to. He's not questioning why he's been moved. He's just like, I hate it when people touch my stuff. But also he's being judgmental of them. Like, these people, like the royals here and stuff, don't even know how to sharpen their own swords and make their own food. Like Grimm was making his own food. Seriously, you expect me to believe that he was going down to the kitchens and making his own food? I don't think so. But he's judging them.
Grimm would totally be the kind of man-child who makes himself ramen for lunch every day and thinks that he's a master chef. Like instant ramen. We're not talking about the good stuff. He doesn't even add an egg. He just like makes his ramen and eats it in his sad, messy man cave where he's like, don't touch my things, Mom. Dead Mom.
Also, he's like, there's so many people here. And I'm like, how? How are there so many people still in Lightlark if you have been routinely just mowing them down for ages now? Oh, we find out, again, in passing, because everything in this book is so short. But apparently Oro was totally visiting Grimm's cell, like, all the time. And Grimm is like, maybe he's lonely. And I'm like, there's the ship we all wanted. Of course, we don't get to see it, though. Like, because we're speedrunning everything, I think this author heard Novella and was like, good, I don't have to actually write anything. I can just tell people that stuff happened. So it says, but then after a few months after a deadly adventure, both of our hatreds subsided into something that resembles friendship. We're not even going to tell you what the deadly adventure is, but we're friends now. We are frenemies/friends now.
Friends who ride majestic, translucent steeds, shooting flaming arrows across the bridge of Hemdale.
Would love to see that. Could this entire novella not just be how Grimm and Oro became reluctant friends instead of whatever the fuck this is? But no, that happened off page, don't worry about it. Little by little, I open myself up. Oro and I duel, we talk, I spend time on Wild Isle. There are glimmers of something resembling happiness, peace, a life without bloodshed. So he's just like fully recovering in the span of less than a paragraph. in like 6 to 7 short sentences. Alex Aster does this a lot with her characters' arcs, or emotional arcs, especially their emotional growth, their personal growth. She doesn't know how to do it. She's just like, she understands that a character usually starts in one place and gets to another place. Like, say Isla decides that she is closed off, doesn't want to show Grimm her love or something like that. And then in the next chapter, it will be like, she tried that and it failed, so she's doing this now. There will be no natural arc. It will just be, she is this way, and then in the next chapter, she stopped being that way and is this way now. And this is that dialed up to 11,000. He spent nearly 2 decades, that's what it says, off page, just bonding with Oro and healing his soul. Apparently he slept with a random person from a wild isle, and we needed to know that he did that, but it was like nothing memorable, so it can't have been Isla. But like, also, wasn't he like best friends with like Isla's dad or something? Like, wasn't that a thing? I don't know, can't quite remember, but I thought that was a thing. Like, Isla's dad was his general, who he was friends with, and gave a whole castle to.
So I need you to get all the way off my back about the logistics.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
So we have now gone to the day that the curse happens. So the curse has not happened yet, now it is happening. And again, it's going at Mach speed. Just like, this should be a big, impactful moment, and it's just one thing after another. From the castle windows, I watch skylings fall from the sky. I watch sunlings catch a flame. I watch wildlings rip hearts out with their teeth. I run through the halls over starlings who blanket them in silver, dead. Everyone is dead. So that's it. That's what happens when the curse happened. So apparently the quest that they went on together that we don't get to see, maybe we'll get to see it in Oro's section. Maybe that's what we're doing, is we're supposed to read Oro's part first and Grimm's part second, because maybe we get to see the adventure there. But they apparently saved a girl named Ara, who is a starling, who is also dead now, apparently. Probably because she was old enough. I don't know. Girl implies that she's young, but I don't know how this works. We found out about their friendship on this page right here. And then on this page right here, because the curses have happened, Oro distrusts Grimm again. So they build a friendship and break a friendship within 2 pages. I had to turn on the exposure on my camera. The light coming in from the window was like really, really, really bright there for a minute. For some reason, completely unexplained, we don't have time to explain anything, Oro immediately believes that this is Grimm's fault somehow. So he hates Grimm again. So yeah, they were friends once on page 32. But by page 33, their friendship is irreparably broken because Oro decided, seemingly arbitrarily, that the curses were caused by Grimm. So all of the problems of most of these books could be solved if Oro just hadn't jumped to the world's most bizarre conclusion as soon as stuff started to go bad. If you were really friends, why would he immediately jump to, you did this? In fact, Oro can read whether people are telling the truth or not. So all he would have to do is turn to Grimm and be like, did you do this? And Grimm could be like, I had nothing to do with this. Oro would be like, you are being honest, and everything would be solved. I don't think that having them be friends was a good idea. Because, like, then this friendship breakup, you just poke way more holes in your lore than ever before. Because now it's like, well, why? Somehow Alex Aster writes herself into more and deeper holes every single book that she writes. So once again, Grimm, who finally felt happiness, closes himself off and goes back to being an emo sad boy. Grimm goes back to his father, who's like barely clinging to life, but somehow, even though he's definitely dying and looks like the Crypt Keeper, he's like, BT dubs, while you were gone, I killed the prophet. But his dad is also like, you know that special rock, Infinite, the diamond, which is definitely Isla's wedding diamond / life alert necklace, destined to be yours. You will find it, my son. I search the air for any tinge of emotion. I'm not entirely sure that tinge is the right word there. Usually it's like twinge of emotion, I think. Although I think maybe tinge could work on some level. But once again, I can't help but feel that this book was edited by a machine who identified that this is a word. It is correctly spelled, and it doesn't really care if this is the right place for this word. But Dad's like, one more thing. He's like about to kill himself so Grimm can become the ruler. He's like, but one more thing. This whole curse, this whole thing that went down today, it was caused by love. And also, love is going to be your greatest downfall as well, son. So, oh, there it is. Okay. This author really likes marrow. It's usually within the first lines of her book, something about in Isla's marrow. But here it says, as if something in my marrow already knows this is a mistake. So we got her favorite word in here. And I don't say it's her favorite word because she uses it a lot. I say it's her favorite word because she really likes to get it into at least the early chapters of her story. We'll see if it's in Oro's portion as well. Keep your eyes open for it with me. And then Dad's probably dead, and we cut to the next chapter, which is 499 years later, and it's called Temptress. So this is probably when we get to meet Isla, and when the author might actually start to write a story instead of just a list of events that happen.
Get used to disappointment.
And we are back. We're going to read one more chapter. As before, if you hear noises, those are ferrets. Again, just the way that she writes. My hand clenches around the curve of my throne. What is the curve of your throne? Let's say that this is my throne. Are we talking here? Are we talking down here on the armrest? Are we talking down here near the bottom? There's a lot of curves, potentially, on a throne. What is the curve that your hand clenches around? Yes, everybody knows the most important part of the throne is the curve. We have Tynan. You remember him, the obnoxious one who served to just be a bully and then get killed in the previous book. He's here, and of course Grimm already hates him. Tynan, a warrior I've wanted to kill for my entire reign, speaks up. What's stopping you from killing him? You kill him later. Like, you are this, like, big, bad, grouchy king who would just force choke anybody on a whim. Just kill, if you don't like him, just kill him. So everybody's like, you have to have some heirs, Grimm, because it's tradition.
Tradition!
That the Nightshade King has a lot of heirs and they fight to the death. But again, brings up the question of why the heck is it tradition? Because rulers live forever, basically, unless they have children. So why on earth would especially the Nightshade rulers, who are so obsessed with power and their consolidating of their power, why would they ever want to limit their power and give it to someone else by having children?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
So we find out through a rather confusing couple of lines that Grimm has been struggling to keep control of the Drex because his power is waning because of the curses. So he's been, like, having to, like, physically fend them off sometimes. Moraine is here. Say hi, everybody. It's me, Moraine. I'm a weird little goblin who does this with my feet. But I'm so cute. Yeah, he starts to force choke a council member just because that guy was like, by the way, your dad had a lot of heirs and you should too. And he just starts to force choke him. So why doesn't he just do that to the other warrior he doesn't like? I can't bring myself to summon even a shred of giving a shit.
There you go. Poetry.
But even though he just killed this guy by force choking him and then breaking his neck, for some reason he's like, okay, fine, you've convinced me, I'll have an heir. Why? I don't know. Nothing makes sense. Everything's made up and the plot points don't matter. Now, Grimm is the quintessential has never felt romantic love before the main character because his people are anti-love. Nobody's supposed to fall in love in their culture. It weakens you. So, of course, he's got this lineup of women, Cusco style.
Hate your hair. Not likely. Yikes. Yikes. Yikes.
Which apparently his council had, like, ready to go in case today was the day that they finally convinced him to go make an heir.
Absolutely no mention or explanation of how he hasn't accidentally made an heir already. Is he using magical condoms? Like, if he's had a lot of casual sexy times, how has he not already accidentally produced an heir? Or does it only count if it's part of the girl lineup?
So he goes into the lineup of women, which is apparently this is his first ever woman lineup. But of course, we remember that Isla had stumbled into the woman lineup. She was given clothing and just went along with it, which we find out here is basically like a bikini. So she changed into a bikini back in that scene and stood in a lineup of women. And Grimm can also sense auras, which is something that we forget about a lot because, like, he has too many powers. All these characters have too many powers. And her aura is red. And he's never seen a red aura before, so he's immediately drawn to her. I don't know what red means, horniness. I mean, and immediately he's like, 100% attracted to her. Like, not even just because she's hot. He's like, something about her just like draws me in and breaks down my walls, like immediately upon viewing this woman. Apparently, though, as well as love, they just don't feel attraction at all because he thinks that she's beautiful and he's attracted to her. And he's like, what is this weird sensation? Like, apparently he was not attracted to anyone else that he slept with. He just thought they were a bunch of weird uggos that had nothing to... they were just vaginas, I guess. And that's it to him. He doesn't have a type except Isla. And now he sees her and he's feeling attraction of any kind. He's felt no attraction ever before now. Hello, Jadzia. It's Jadzia. It's your precious angel baby, Jadzia. Hello, everybody. It's me. She's like, what are we doing here, Mom? Want to sit by me? You're so cute, Jadzia. Yeah, like, there's a right way to write, like, instant attraction or, like, even like fated mates kind of a thing, which is kind of what we're going for or whatever. But this isn't it. Like, I think this author needs to read some fanfic and study up on how that should go because, like, part of it is just because she's not a very good writer and she's not building her skill at all ever. But this is so... bland isn't even the right word for it. It's just completely lacking in skill, I guess, is all there is to say for it. There's nothing, there's no, like, raw emotion. It's just basically... telling us over and over again that she is the most attractive person on the entire planet. He has never felt anything like this before. He wants to tear all of her clothes off and he doesn't understand why. Like, we just have to know that she is so friggin' attractive to him. Like, in every possible way that he has never felt before. But written in the clunkiest style possible. I am actually a sucker for a two point of view, like, meeting scene, like in a romance story like this, or even in other types of stories, where we have like one POV primarily. In the first book, we just had Isla. I do enjoy seeing that first meeting from the other person's point of view. I actually do enjoy that when it is well done. So I have read like fanfic and stuff that is well done, that is the other person's point of view of this type of meeting. But this is not it. So anybody who is really excited to see this meeting scene for the first time from Grimm's point of view, I feel like they're going to leave pretty dang disappointed. This is, as I predicted though, the most we have ever like actually stopped and let us experience a scene so far in this novella. And it is the kissing and being like sexually hungry for each other scene. She gasps and I use the opportunity to lick the top of her mouth. What does that mean? Is he licking the roof of her mouth? Like, are they tongue kissing? Or does he mean her upper lip? Like, what is the top of her mouth? What are we doing here? Yeah, we're just going on and on and on about, like, how hot she is, how much he wants her, and how he's never felt this before, over and over and over again. A lot of the things in here are just, like, lines that you know are going to be used in the advertising to make people foolishly buy this book. Like, she is a drug, and I wouldn't mind being addicted. Or, with just one kiss, she has ruined me. Just like the world looks dull, every emotion, every touch, everything pales in comparison to her. So you know this was not written to be like a cohesive scene. This was written to be a collection of lines that you can put into Reels or TikToks to make people go, ooh, this sounds steamy. And then they read it, and it is steamy, a steaming pile of garbage. Finally, she gets around to stabbing him. We did like 3 pages, making out and wrapping limbs and him being so unbelievably turned on. You've never seen a man this turned on before in your life. And finally, we get to the part where she stabs him. I'm like, I don't remember most of this scene, but I think she stabs him, and she finally did, thank God. He's not deterred, though. He's like, this is fine. What's a little stabbing? We can keep making out. I'm imagining her, by the way, wearing, like, slave Leia outfit is basically what I'm picturing her in. So she runs out of the room wearing that. And I'm pretty sure in the previous book where we saw this scene happen from Isla's point of view, she did not, like, freeze to death running out of the castle in that attire. Like, I don't think it's ever mentioned how unbelievably skimpy the attire is in her section. But once his horniness subsides, he's like, wow, that was really dumb of me to be taken in so easily because she was so unbelievably hot. She stabbed him real good, though, apparently, because it says it takes 5 healers and half a bottle of Moonling healing liquid. What is that? We don't know. I would assume that we would just use Nightbane, but no, we have a separate healing thing that's from the Moonlings now. That they finally stop the bleeding and stitch him back together. And he uses this to be emo, because he's like, leave the scar. It will be a reminder of how foolish I was to ever feel attraction to anyone. They found her clothing that she changed out of to change into her bikini, and he knows that it's wildling clothing. Their temptress enchantments were at play, he says. But we all know that's not true. She doesn't have any temptress enchantments. He's just really horny for Isla. Oh yeah, they did capture her. He didn't mention that until now, but we're supposed to just know that because we're supposed to remember from the previous book. So he says that he's been watching her, and he's come to keep an eye on her. Y'all, we have gotten our first ever hint of description of the star stick. So maybe I won't be able to cross off star stick not described. It's silver in color. He saw something silver strapped to her thigh, which I assumed was a knife, but it turns out that that's the star stick. All right, so he does say, I created that to give to my general who disappeared years ago. So we don't even get to meet Isla's father or interact with him, even though he and Grimm were friends. Like, in the previous books, it has said that they were friends. But now Oro was Grimm's friend, and Grimm just had this general that we never got to see on page. I think because the author understands that it's kind of weird if you point out that he was friends with Isla's father. It really makes it very abundantly obvious how much older Grimm is than Isla, and people like to be able to suspend their disbelief and not think about the fact that Grimm was a whole adult man for a long time before Isla was even a baby. And then he is really horny for her. And like having Grimm be friends with her father is a really blatant reminder of that. So we're back, now that we're no longer describing her hotness, we're back to just like speed running everything. It's been 5 days of learning her habits, of studying her closely. I've come here every night, waiting, watching. Again, we just gloss over everything. We don't need to see him do any of that. We can just be told about it, and that's good enough, right? He does know that Isla is being kept normally in a snow globe, and he's like, I remember when I was a child and I was imprisoned. But also a way to remind us that Isla's basically a child. But he is standing there in shadow mode, ogling her chest. So that's great. I love how he's like, she's relatively young compared to the other rulers. That is the understatement of forever, my guy. You are like 500 years old and she's 21. That's not relatively young. We've gone beyond relatively at this point. And that's just it. He watches her, he ogles her chest, and that's the end of the chapter. Chai is here to help me. Chai. Mostly to bite me. She wants to bite me. Go down, please. Do not bite me. And that's the end of that chapter. So we got the Isla meeting chapter, which I was stupidly a little bit hopeful about because, like I said, I am actually a huge sucker for that kind of thing. If anybody wants to read for free, if anybody likes Adventurer Mage and you want to know Valentine's viewpoint on his and Maeve's first meeting in the library, I have it up for free on my Wattpad. So if you, like me, are a big sucker for those, like, first-time meetings from the other person's point of view, you can go check that out. But otherwise, I'll see you for the next chapter. Good morning. There are ferrets. See? I told you. It's Tandy. Hiya, Candy. She said, I don't want to actually hang out, Mom. I want to cause a ruckus. It's been like a week since I read this thing, possibly more. I think it has been more than a week since I read this because I have been so busy. Lots of clients to read for, which is a good problem to have because, you know, money, but also I can't get to this thing. So keep giving me your books to read because I'm not complaining, but it does mean that I don't have time to sit down and read about Grimm. But something I wanted to talk about was a retcon that definitely happened. We're definitely getting retcon on our bingo card, which is all the way over there. It has wandered away from me. But we're guaranteed to get retcon on our bingo card because Grimm, I was re-listening to the previous book, my read-along of the previous book, just to see if there's anything that I could catch for this. And I did. In one of Grimm's backstories, part of his tragic backstory that he's telling Isla, he had a nurse who he was very fond of, who took care of him and who he had to watch killed in front of him. We saw him as a child. The nurse was nowhere in sight, never mentioned, nothing. It's like she didn't exist. It's almost like Alex Aster forgot that she gave him that part of his tragic backstory. And so she gave him a sister instead, because she was like, well, he's got to have somebody he's close to who dies. That's got to be part of his tragic backstory. But he had a nurse. In the previous book, was he lying about the nurse? Or what on earth could that possibly serve if he was like, I had a nurse rather than I had a sister? I think she just fucking forgot. I would be very surprised if she has a good working series Bible for these books. I think, this is just my theory, that she's literally just relying on her memory to remember what she said in previous books, rather than making a dedicated, chunky, at this point, series Bible with all the bullshit that she said about these characters. If you are a pantser like moi, as you are writing, I like to go and every time I add a character, I put it in my notebook. I have a dedicated notebook for each book that I write. Every time, none of them are in here, I'd show you. Every time I add a character, I put it in the notebook. I put any description I gave of that character, I put it in the notebook. So that later, if this character comes back up, I can go, oh, I remember that I said they had brown hair and brown eyes and were missing a finger on their right hand. Anyway, this one is called Hearts and Blood. And as we remember, the only scene that has gotten any love or attention and hasn't just been a summary of a series of events that have been happening is the scene where she first meets Grimm and climbs him like a tree. We do have, though, Astria, the general that we invented for the previous book. So she's here. His nanny, his nurse, not here. So Grimm is still all up in his feelings about the fact that he was really, really horny for a girl for the first time ever, and she stabbed him. His general has come to tell him that his next line of hotties is here, and he's disgusted. And it says, it has me seeing red, literally. So he's literally so pissed that he is seeing red. Astria's like, this time we researched the women. Like last time we clearly did not. This time we have done background checks on all the women you will be meeting, and none of them are wildlings who want to stab you. This is, again, just poorly worded. Astria bows her head. As my general responsible, I don't blame her. The wretched heart-eater certainly looked the part of a consort. So what he's saying is, I don't blame her for mistaking Isla for one of us, mostly because they threw some clothing on her, and that's all it takes, really, is to just put her into different clothes. But the way it's phrased, it sounds like, I don't blame her for feeling responsible. She feels responsible, I don't blame her. That needs to be separated. Or I don't blame her for the mistake, or I don't blame her for believing Isla was one of us. This is another thing that I will do for you, because it is really easy to accidentally write lines like this. That when read out by somebody who's not you, do not sound as you intended. So if you hire me as your developmental editor, shameless plug, I will notice things like that for you, so you can clarify and make your book flow so much better and more logically. Grimm is also big mad that she portaled here. He's like, there's no other way she could have gotten here. Absolutely no other way. So she has to have portaled here, and that's my power, and it's really, really rude of her to be taking my power like that. Even though, like I said, he had that general guy who he gave the star stick to, who we never met. Isla's father is an important character in Grimm's life, and we never met him. Okay, I was very confused. This is me being confused, because I didn't remember the previous book. So apparently, I thought they captured her and had her in the cell. So, like, very wrong about that. Because this is so bare bones and settings are not described, it's really difficult to tell. I thought that they had captured Isla for a minute. Literally, all of these books are blending together, and that's probably a scene from a different one of these books. He's actually been watching her in her bedroom. So he's invisible in her bedroom, pulling an invisible Edward Cullen, which is even fucking creepier because, again, he can make himself invisible and intangible. So he's in her room, and she comes stumbling in from her training, and she's wearing really high heels. And he's like, oh, that poor girl, because part of her training involves wearing high heels. Glad to know this fantasy land has stilettos. Grimm does not understand the concept of pain from shoes, because she kicks them off and then she looks really pleased to have done so. And he is like, I can't imagine why shoes would be painful. And I'm like, have you never, put on a new pair of boots and been like, ow, these are pinching? Like, he also wears armor everywhere, and armor can be pretty uncomfortable. I don't understand how this man could have no idea that shoes could be painful. It's women things, though, Men can never understand women things, like the basic concept of some shoes are uncomfortable. She starts to take her dress off, and he gets hard immediately, but he makes himself appear so she doesn't get naked in front of him. Who knows how many times he's let her get naked in front of him before now, when he's just been in her room. So he, tackles her and pushes her up against the wall, and he's holding a knife to her throat, because everybody's holding knives to everybody else's throats in these books. And I'm really disappointed, because I didn't dislike that trope before, but now I do, because it's so overdone. I can never have any of my characters hold knives to each other's throats anymore, because that has been done absolutely to death at this point, and no one takes it seriously anymore. The author's favorite word, puddles. So her neck's bleeding a little bit, and it says blood puddles. Not where the blood puddles. It just says that blood puddles. She stabs him in the leg. He starts force choking her. The usual. She is, of course, completely unafraid and defiant, because I do believe at some point, Grimm says at some point in the previous book that she's never been afraid of him. And so we had to go back and retcon that fact, because she's very much been afraid of him numerous times. But we have to do it from Grimm's point of view. He never sees her looking afraid. She's always looking defiant. And because he can feel her emotions, he can tell she's not really afraid. Okay, that's why I was confused. He thinks of her snow globe as a prison. So in the earlier scenes when he was talking about visiting her in prison, I thought that he had imprisoned her, but it's because he thinks of her snow globe as a prison. I feel like perhaps that could have been clearer, maybe. I don't know. I think this author just skips a lot of steps, so it probably was supposed to be clear. That's another thing that I will do for you as your developmental editor. Places where you think, because you are the author, that you have made something perfectly clear, but perhaps an outsider, say a reader who's just picked up your book for the first time, might be confused. I will point those out for you. The next day, he destroys her bedroom, but we get it almost as though this author's still trying to write from Isla's point of view, because we don't watch Grimm destroy her bedroom. We say, the next day, she returns from training to find her room torn apart. Her stuff is everywhere. And then we find out after that it was Grimm who ripped it all apart. Now, obviously, we can infer that because we're in his point of view, but the way that it's written, it's almost like Alex doesn't quite know how to separate herself from Isla. Like I said, we don't watch Grimm go in there and destroy the room. We find out after the fact, from Isla's discovery of the room, that it was torn apart. But she runs to her star stick, and he's like, there it is. That's the thing that she's been using. And he's like, wait a minute, I know that relic. Grimm is very slowly and stupidly trying to piece together how she might have gotten it. Because he's like, well, it could have been left to her by a parent, but her parent was a wildling. And how could a wildling have gotten one of my artifacts? Like, it's just, the gears are turning really slowly for this man.
Think, McFly, think!
And because he's finally coming to the conclusion that it belonged to his general, who he had journeyed to Wildling with a few times, he's like, it could be him. And I'm like, yeah, but we needed to meet him. We needed to not leave him out of this story. He's an important player in this entire game, and we finally have Grimm's point of view and his past playing out before us, and to not see Isla's dad feels like a huge calculated error. I think, again, it was probably because if we had Grimm actually interacting with her father, it will make Isla and Grimm's relationship feel more gross. But she's happy, and he's feeling her happiness, and he's like, her happiness is like the best happiness I've ever experienced. We're going out of our way to be like, she's afraid, but not of him, no, of losing the relic specifically. But he's not scary. Losing the relic is scary. She's crying. I see those tears on her cheeks. Yeah, this was edited by a robot, but when he snatches it from her like an adult taking a toy from a child, the mental image is not there. He remembers how when he was a kid, his only freedom was like moments when he could teleport away, from his evil home. And he's like, I can't rob her of that. And he just lets her keep it. Here's something else I will point out for you as your developmental editor. This author also has a tendency to have a lot of really quick, short sentences. She doesn't like to write long, beautiful sentences at all. And now that's fine. Quick, short sentences have their place, but it's just back to back to back to back to back. Instead, I let the wildling keep it, period. I left, period. Like a fool, period. My portaling flare is our realm's biggest defense, period. Our biggest defense, period. My pulse is racing, period. My thoughts are scattered, period. My hands won't stop clenching, period. I'm not myself, period. This doesn't make sense, period. It must be her wildling curse, period. A trick, period. Or a veiled enchantment, period. That's too much. That is too many short, choppy sentences. Somebody please take the period away from Alex Aster for a minute. And I will point that out for you as your developmental editor, where your sentences are too similar, because you can't exhaust your reader without meaning to by having too many sentences that are the same length. This is next level stuff. This is a lot of stuff you don't think about while you're drafting, so don't feel bad if you don't think about it while you're drafting. This is not drafting thoughts and feelings here. This is editing time, and this book was not very clearly edited by somebody who was actually going to be like thorough. I think it was edited by a robot, and maybe a human glanced at it for 10 minutes and was like, yep, these are indeed words. So Grimm's still like, her father couldn't have been my general because my general was so stoic and silent, and she's not that. But I'm like, what would have been great is to actually like meet the general so we could find that out for ourselves. So he goes to see the augur, and he just throws a cup of blood at him. He's like, here's your blood. Apparently he doesn't do hearts like Isla does. It's also his blood. We don't see him drain it. He just has a cup of his blood. As you do. And he's like, here. So he goes to the augur, and he gives him a taste of his blood because the augur's supposed to determine if he's poisoned or cursed or something. Because he must be poisoned or cursed because he's in love with Isla. That old, like, what's wrong with me? I've never felt love before, so I don't know what it feels like. Then we have 8 million ellipses. We don't need that. For some reason, I went back and checked to make sure he said it was his blood. It is his blood. And he's asking if it's been cursed, poisoned, etc. And the augur's like, nope, nothing new. Nothing new to add to the pile anyway. And he's like, well, that means, for some reason, maybe you can help me logic this out. For some reason, that means that Isla has to be the daughter of his general. She has to be half nightshade and half wildling. Because Grimm's blood isn't poisoned. But why does that mean that? Why does that mean that, Grimm? Rather than the evidence of the fact that she has the star stick which you gave to your general who then disappeared. Why does your blood not being cursed or poisoned indicate that yes, she has to be the daughter of your general and a wildling? Whatever. But he's like, I'm not super worried about her because she's just a random assassin. He still hasn't figured out that she is the ruler somehow, even though he's been watching her pretty consistently. I guess it's mostly while she sleeps. So that means he doesn't get anybody, calling her the ruler or anything. So it'll still be a surprise when he sees that she's the ruler when she goes to the Centennial. But I've got to stop now and put some ferrets away. I might be back later today. We will see. My day is kind of busy, but we'll find out. And we are back. We are back, friends. It's a different day from the last time I recorded. But let's go. Chapter 7, Calcified. Oh, one thing I was thinking about, me trying not to have to start reading this, I was thinking about, how the parts with Oro, especially so far, have been really, really glossed over. Like, this entire thing kind of reads like a summary, but, like, his friendship with Oro was completely glossed over. And I think, my theory is that we're supposed to read Oro first. We'll find out when we read Oro's portion if we actually get to watch them become friends and watch them go on that quest or whatever, because I do think, because Grimm is obviously the preferred boy by everyone at least by the author, that we're supposed to save him for last, like save the best for last. We're supposed to read Oro first and then Grimm. That's my theory. We'll find out if it's true. So we cut to Grimm fighting Drex. I don't remember what he was doing last time, but he was just lusting after Isla. He's fighting Drex now, with his soldiers getting beat up by Drex. So these Drex are like basically invincible. Only Grimm's shadows are strong enough to defeat them, and only his strongest shadows. I don't know what his warriors are doing out here, I guess being distracting.
Oh yay, I'm a sacrifice!
The Drex that we saw in other books were pretty much just crunchies, like the the faceless mob of baddies that the main character gets to mow down, and we don't care. But apparently they are really, really actually quite badass right here in this portion. He's like, the only thing that can really defeat them is a special kind of metal, which we all know is probably Shade Made, even though we didn't need Shade Made to defeat them in the other books, but whatever. But it says his warrior is shooting metal-plated arrows. Metal-plated arrows? What does that mean? Like, if you think about it, what does that mean? Because it sounds like the whole arrow is just covered in plated with metal. I just don't think Alex Aster knows what words mean. I don't. I'm starting to think she wrote a fantasy book, but she has absolutely no interest in like the common weaponry and stuff like that her characters are going to be using. I love weapons. I love swords and daggers and bows and arrows and stuff like that. At least enough to do the research. Like in the book that I'm drafting right now, Hearthkeeper's War, the main character uses a lot of like more niche weapons. Like she gets to use a flail. And I need to be looking up. I haven't done it yet because I'm just drafting and I'm just kind of like left that a bit like open for me to research later. But I'm going to research how to use a flail so that then I can go back in and add that detail to her fight scenes where she's using a flail like correctly and effectively in battle. Alex Aster was so uninterested in that she thinks that you can put metal plates on an arrow. I think what she means is that the arrows are tipped with the special metal. I think that's what she means. But the Drex are pouring out of this hole in the ground, and Grimm like goes to investigate like what's going on with it. And it says there used to be pieces of metal holding this shut. So I just imagine gigantic staples that were just holding this shut. It's not otherwise described, so giant shade-made staples. But we learn here that Grimm can solidify his shadows and make them, like, permanently hard. But it takes a really long time and it's a painful process, but I'm sure he'll be fine. So yeah, Grimm just secludes himself in a bubble of shadows while his warriors are getting killed by Drex outside, and then he just uses his mantra, pain is power, so he can create the calcified shadows to close this hole in the ground. He just remembers his tragic backstory, again without mentioning that caretaker woman who we forgot about legitimately as a character. But yeah, he's just like, I had such a tragic backstory, you guys. I've suffered the most anyone has ever suffered, so that just helps him make his powers stronger. It's a really toxic notion that we need to get over, like, as a society, in my opinion, that to have any depth to you as a person, you have to have suffered horribly. To have any skill, to have any ability, you have to have suffered horribly. Like, we're all like, oh, Van Gogh, he couldn't have painted that well if he wasn't depressed. How do you know? How do you know that if he wasn't depressed, he wouldn't have churned out thousands more beautiful paintings than he did, even more beautiful than the paintings that he created? His depression was not his superpower. We need to stop pretending that suffering is a superpower, all right? That's my main takeaway from this. Oh, we got throwing stars. Throwing stars mentioned. Good to know that Grimm also thinks of things as throwing stars. The Drex that are in the sky shoot down at me like throwing stars. For whatever reason, Alex Aster is of the opinion that nothing can, like, move through space except throwing stars. Oh, we have coding. We also have coding. She likes to say things are coded in something, or something is coding something. This might actually be a correct use of it. My shadows rise, coding my hands and arms. I actually think that's accurate for once. He was like, oh, I have to do the thing. I don't want to do it because it's going to suck. And then he does the thing and then he wins. And it was actually super easy, barely an inconvenience because he has the most tragic of tragic backstories. But time cut. Yep, we have legions. This page is just rife with Alex Aster isms. So he's talking to his general, and she says, let me send another legion. Just legions. So many legions. Alex Aster, please. I beg you, look up what some of these words mean. Astria gives Grimm a look, and he immediately knows that it's because she actually cares about her troops. Which, again, we're just being told something about a character. And you all know that I prefer to be shown things about characters, especially, like, things like this that we could see play out in action, but of course we're summarizing everything, so we just find out that Astria actually cares. It's also almost storm season, so apparently that was a thing that was happening all through Grimm's lifetime, so they're like, oh, we have the Drex, and now we have fucking storm season about to happen, so man, we're having a bad time.
Storm season never happens or is an issue at all. They bring it up here to mention it because it was mentioned in previous books, but it really never comes up again, except for, again, maybe to be like, oh no, storm season is coming, but it's fine. Nothing actually happens with it.
We find out a little bit more about Isla's father. Again, we're thinking about him in the past tense. You know, he's already gone. These are things that we could find out by having watched Grimm and her father hang out and interact. But no, we find out now he was more powerful than all my men combined. He had impenetrable armor. He was cold and unfeeling as I was, and that made me trust him. He didn't suffer from the whims of other warriors. Side by side, we battled the Drex. He saved my life more than once. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to keep them at bay for so long. You know what would be amazing is to see that. Some cool, grim Isla's father battle scenes. What even is her father's name? I don't think we find out. Grimm doesn't know his name either. He's just like, yeah, that guy that I knew. But of course, Grimm is still a jerk, though, because he's like, when he didn't return from the last quest to find the sword, you remember Cronin's sword, the thing that can control the Drex? I didn't go look for him. It's like, yeah, my best general and good friend disappeared, but And that's the end of that chapter. He thinks about her dad and how he betrayed Grimm, actually, by taking the star stick and leaving instead of finding the sword. But he went to just go, you know, do it with Isla's mom, so can you blame a guy? Anyway, I'll see you for the next chapter. And we're back. Chapter 8 is called Mine. So we cut again to another council meeting where he's bullying his council members. Why does he even have a council at all if he just hates them and bullies them all the time? He's like their supreme ruler and they're all terrified of him. He would just be like, council is dissolved. I am your king. You will do as I say. And anybody who questions that is getting force choked. Like, why? It just exists so that he has people to disagree with and bully. They're all mad that he hasn't been having sexy times with ladies, and I still don't understand what the need for an heir is. Maybe they're trying to kill him, actually. No, maybe that's what it is. They just want Grimm out of the picture because he's awful. The councilman breathlessly goes over updates from each of the villages and the warrior legions. Thank God we just have so many legions. I don't understand how any of these nations have people left. Because they've got the curses that killed a bunch of people. And then, like, in Grimm's lands, they have Storm Season that's super deadly. And now the Drex that are super deadly. And, like, the only one who can defeat the Drex is Grimm. Everybody else just is cannon fodder to distract the Drex while Grimm kills them. And yet he's talking about, like, farming in villages and legions of soldiers. And I'm like, where are these people coming from? I think Alex Aster believes that, like, people are just a constant resource that you can never, ever run out of, even if they're being slaughtered en masse. What do they do if their king is gay? Like, the councilman's like, by the way, you know, we would like you to look at some more ladies. And are none of them suitable? Like, are they not your type? And I'm like, what if he said, I like men? What do you do then? Oh my God. Again, this was not edited by a human. This day has been just as worse as the last. That is a verbatim, this sentence. A human didn't edit this, fight me. Grimm goes to have a bath because he and Isla are the same person. They just have baths about it when they're stressed, but he hears a scream. But he goes to have a bath and Isla's in his tub. She beat him to it. Somehow he doesn't notice that she's in his tub until he's like got one leg swung over the side and he's about to get in and she screams. I don't know where he was looking. She's like, I brought you a peace offering. It's this potion to heal your scar that I gave you. And he's like, ha. She's an idiot because I'll never be friends with her. We'll be enemies forever. He is, however, still extremely horny for her, in case you're wondering. So yeah, this is basically, I think I'm probably going to be able to give this copy-paste of a previous scene. This is just the scene where Isla and Grimm, like, duel for the first time. You remember where he like, ends up having her fall face first into some mud or something like that. We also learned that Grimm has never been to a Centennial. Which, reading the first book, I kind of like, I think they mentioned that, but it really felt like it wasn't a choice. Like, everybody has to show up to save our world. Because, Grimm, you live here too, so, you know, you might also want to break the curses, I feel like, perhaps. But no, he's not interested in that, so he's like, why would I ever go to a Centennial? I've never been before. Grimm just casually throws out that he knows that Lark is Isla's ancestor and is buried on his land. Just very casually, like, she has no idea. So he just, like, fully kept that from her in the previous book for no reason. Yeah, I'm kind of skimming this scene because it's just a repeat of what we've seen previously, but from Grimm's point of view, and I don't know why we're watching it from his point of view. I don't know what we're getting from his point of view that we didn't get from it the previous time. It's mostly just Grimm repeating over and over again how he doesn't like her, but actually he does. He decides to like reach out to her with his power, and he can tell that she has Nightshade powers and Wildling powers, and he's like shooketh, even though he already figured it out. He's like, it's confirmed, and he's like rattled by this. And I'm like, why? He is wondering why she's not using her powers right now, though. Because he can tell that they're there, they're just suppressed. Her movements get rougher. What does that mean? What does it mean when her movements get rougher? Conveniently, Grimm can feel her every emotion, so the author can just tell us what Isla is feeling in every moment. Oh, he thinks good girl at her, so that's cringe. When she like comes up with a plan for this battle, he feels proud of her. And again, it's just giving a little bit of like father-daughter vibes in this moment. He's like, oh, she's been training, that's cool. And like, oh, she's come up with a plan to defeat me, I'm proud of her. It's like, because I'm very, very aware of how much older he is than her, like at all times now. She curls around a tree, and I lunge forward. What does she curls around a tree mean? In the context of a fight, please describe to me what she curls around a tree means, Alex Aster. Yes, I love anachronistic language like, she hurled herself into my orbit like a damned asteroid. Okay, these fantasy people know about orbits and asteroids. So yeah, the fight ends exactly like it did in the previous book, where he causes her to like fall on top of him in the sand, but he portals away and she ends up face first in quicksand. And then we cut. But now that he's seen her again, he's back to like dreaming about her every night and lusting after her every second. And he's like, man, I just need to see this girl again because I'm just so into her, like unbelievably into her. And so he portals to her room and she's dancing. Again, we have a love interest that repeatedly spies on his romantic interest without her knowledge, by being invisible and intangible in her private bedroom. But that's romantic because he really, really wants her and he's hot. Grimm, you could swap him out with this could be like a horror fantasy and Grimm is a serial killer. You know, he's waiting to use her skin, which he might be because, as we all know, skin is a commodity in his lands. He might just make her into a book or something. Oh, we throw out a real quick, I know this is wrong, me invisible watching her. Well, as long as he knows it, then it's fine. It's completely forgivable as long as he goes, I probably shouldn't be doing this. But like, he keeps doing it. Because he's just really into her. But he forgets himself. He's so horny that he forgets to be invisible for a second, and she like sees him in a reflection, and she turns around, but he's already invisible again. And he's like, I need to stop spying on her because she's making me like be sloppy. And I'm like, yes, that's the reason you need to stop spying on her. And that's the end of that chapter, and we'll just power on to the next one, because I got a lot of book to get through still. Next chapter is called Her. But unfortunately for Grimm, the scar, which at first I thought referred to his scar that he has on his body, but actually it means the hole in the ground that the dregs are coming out of, has been getting worse, and it keeps opening back up. He closes it, it opens back up like a week later. I'm curious why he never calls the metal shade maid. He just refers to it as metal. Nothing but limited metal pierces their hides. By the way, that sentence, atrocious. But anyway, what he means is the metal, the rare metal that's hard to find, is the only thing that can hurt the Drex. But he doesn't know that he doesn't know the name of it. He doesn't know it's shade maid. Why wouldn't he know that? But he's like, I need Cronin's sword to defeat them, but since I lost Isla's dad, again, man doesn't have a name. But I lost him and he was immune to curses, so he was the only one who could, like, handle the sword. But then he's like, wait a minute. He has a kid, which, again, we need to remember that that's the child of Grimm's friend that he is lusting after and gets horny every time he sees. So in the previous chapter, we were told that the general, Isla's dad, was, like, super emotionless, was super stoic, never showed emotions or whatever. And now in this chapter, Grimm is like, yeah, he was a mighty warrior, but he hated it. He hated killing. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? If he was like so stoic, you never saw anything from him, and he was just like so good at killing, and like you never got any inclination of any emotions from him, hatred or otherwise, but now you're like, yeah, he hated killing. This is another reason that telling loses for me over showing, especially when it comes to details about a character. Because if you tell me something, you can just contradict it later, and we have to just believe you. But if you show me something, we can be like, no? What happened? Like, why are you contradicting? Is that a clue? But no, this is just lazy. So whereas in the previous chapter, Grimm was like, I can tell Isla has powers, but she's not using them. Why? In this chapter, he seems to know that she's like cut off from her powers in some way, and he thinks that she might not even know that she has them. Where did he come to this conclusion, and why? Time jump again to a few weeks later, and a guard comes and tells Grimm that there's a disturbance in the market, and Grimm is like, it's Isla, I can just sense her. But he's like, she has returned to me, and so I'm gonna stop fighting my desire for her, she's mine. We don't, like, I'm sure we're supposed to remember from the previous book, but I don't, because so many things happen in those books. But he doesn't ask her, like, what are you doing here, or anything like that. So I have no idea what she came back for. But he's like, I've got her now, so we're going to team up and go get the sword, and that's going to kill her, and I don't care, ha 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 ha. Okay, this time he has her imprisoned, and I think that this adds to why I was confused before, aside from the way that it was just written so vaguely. But now she's actually imprisoned by him. He still hasn't asked her why she came back, though. Again, missing a word. The walls are cavernous, so low some places. I think it's supposed to be so low in some places. He says, the ceiling rises the farther I get into the older, quieter part of the cells. Is the other part of the cells loud? Because it was not mentioned that it was, so why is this part quiet? But she's chained to the wall with her arms above her head, wearing basically nothing. I don't know why. I don't remember, because I can't be arsed. A lot of things happen in these books. Our words fling back and forth just like another duel.
There you go. Poetry.
I would say that maybe this was written by AI, but I feel like AI could do better. So she was apparently in the night market, hunting for skin probably, and she got in trouble with somebody who wanted to scalp her. And he's like, well, what did you expect in the night market, Heart Eater? And I remind you that this is the place that has a night market where people want to take your skin, but also a happy Christmas village. Well, Grimm shrugs a single shoulder. Good to know. We've kept that consistent, if nothing else.
I will, however, point out that he only starts shrugging the single shoulder once we've gotten to the copy-paste sections, so really it's not continuity that the author remembered, it's just left over from the copy-paste process.
He finally asks why she's here. About time he got around to that. She doesn't answer, though. She just throws it back in his face, and he's like, actually, I have a mission for us. So give up on your skin-finding mission for a while. We need to find a sword. It's a good old-fashioned MacGuffin hunt, and why are we watching this? I was okay with, like, the moment where he meets Isla for the first time, getting that from his point of view. But now we're just redoing, was it book 2 or book 3? I can't remember. We're just redoing that, but from his point of view. What a waste of paper. So Isla's defiant for like 10 seconds, and then Grimm is like, whatever, and she's like, wait, give me back my star stick. And that's basically the end of the scene. And the end of the chapter. These chapters are very short, which is, again, on brand for Alex Aster. Let's do one more, and then I'm going to go do other things with my life. All right, chapter 10 of the Grimm portion of this. It is pretty grim, I have to say. It's called Killing Me. So he's, again, just annoyed by her because, like, these love interests have one mode. It's like, I love her, but also I hate that I love her. And why is she so fragile? Because she keeps trying to die. And it's like, dude, you're trying to kill her. So, like, what was the problem? But she almost gets killed by the blacksmith. So we're after the blacksmith encounter. And he's like, why is she so squishy? Again, we find out in past tense that this was totally a test. He wanted to see how she would handle the blacksmith. And again, he has access to the blacksmith. He could go talk to this guy anytime, but he doesn't. But the blacksmith in the previous book to this one had shade made everywhere. Just so much shade made. What's the problem?
Also, they've got storm season coming up, and in the storm season in the previous book, it was raining that special metal. It was raining Shade Maid, like, all over the place. You couldn't walk through your yard without tripping over Shade Maid, but here it's, like, super, super rare. Why? And if the upcoming storm season of the previous book is the only time that it's ever rained metal from the sky, why did it start doing that? I don't know. Alex Aster doesn't know. Nobody knows.
They do the scene that we've read in the other book, which fortunately we don't have to watch play out here. And he takes her home, and then the next day he comes back to do more questing, and he hears her guardians yelling. A lot of nostrils flaring in the last couple of chapters. Every time these characters feel some type of way, their nostrils flare. He's pissed off because how dare her guardians speak to her that way. He feels bad for Isla, who's still limping from the sprained ankle that she got while being chased around by the blacksmith. And so he, like, uses his shadows to, like, under her armpits to prop her up, but like so little that she won't know that he's doing it. And I'm like, I don't even know how that works. How do you not notice that something's holding you up by your armpits, even if it's just a little bit? Now, Isla is crying, and everybody knows that big, strong, gruff men with soul pain can't stand it when their girlie cries. She cries herself to sleep on the floor, and he picks her up, again, very infantilizing, like picks her up like a baby and puts her in bed. But then he creepily sits there all night watching her. He says something about her has captured my interest. Horniness, my dude. Like, that was chapters and chapters ago, and it was pretty clear what captured your interest. But he's like, yeah, she's really hot. She's unbelievably hot. But that can't be all. Like, what else has piqued my interest? And I'm like, yeah, what else?
What else is there?
Would you like to tell me? Like, could we see it? Whatever it is? No, we just know that she's got that certain je ne sais quoi. Again, he says, I shouldn't be watching her sleep, but then it says, I stay until she rises. So, as long as the creepy guy feels bad about being creepy, he's allowed to be as creepy as he wants. And that's also the end of the chapter. Like, that chapter was, like, three pages, yeah, 3 pages long. But that's enough for me today. I'm gonna go do other things for a little while. Might come back and read later tonight, we'll see, but that's enough for now, alright? See you for the next chapter. Hello, welcome to our very chaotic morning. The washing machine is going, you can probably hear it. There are ferrets everywhere. We're just gonna roll with it. Remember, everyone, that my house noises are your house noises. We are in the same house. That's right. This is full immersion. So, this next one is called Watching and Wanting, which I think he's been doing this entire time. This entire first section could probably be called that, except for like the 2 chapters where we talked about his life before Isla showed up. Now that Isla has showed up, we're actually doing some scenes and not just summarizing everything. We're still summarizing a lot, but like scenes with her in it, we're not summarizing nearly as much. But anyway, we're back to the search for the sword. I don't know why we're doing this again. We watched them search for the sword in the previous book, and what on earth does seeing it from Grimm's point of view get for us? I don't know. I don't think that Alex Aster cares. There was no second, third, no other drafts. Now we're watching the whole sequence where Isla figures out why Grimm can go outside at night, and I'm like, do we need this again? I mean, we don't. Answer my own question. We absolutely do not need to watch this again. This is not like some crucial piece of information we need going forward into future books, because the curses are broken in the future books. So we don't need a reminder that Grimm had a special charm that he got off page that we didn't see him get. It'd be different if maybe we saw him get it in this novella, but we didn't. So it doesn't matter. So why are we watching this entire sequence play out? Probably padding. She realized that her novella was too short, and she's like, let me copy paste a few more scenes in there. Also, I don't think Alex Aster has ever been in a boat of any kind, because they take a boat out and he paddles it. He's using paddles, and they're at sea. And like, yeah, I mean, you could take a boat with paddles out to sea, but probably he is using oars and he is rowing. But I don't think Alex Aster has ever even been in a boat, and if she was, someone else was rowing it for her. So this is, I'm pretty sure, just a copy-paste of another scene we've seen before, but from Grimm's point of view, so it's hornier. We do gloss over, so this is when they're going to visit the den of thieves, where Grimm kills a bunch of thieves, and we gloss over that. Which, I mean, like, I remember pausing at that moment and being like, oh, okay, that was really, like, disgusting of him. So it might have been interesting to see that from his point of view, because it was one of those, you know, like, you touch my woman, I will murder you ruthlessly, and, like, splatter against the walls, whatever kind of thing. Would have been maybe interesting. So Isla started crying after they killed these people, and Grimm, of course, wants to comfort her, but it's in the way of the, you know, the man who's clueless about his own emotions, who has never had feelings before. And like, I think there's a weird allure to that for some people, to find like a partner, usually a cis man, who is like experiencing emotions supposedly for the first time, and you get to be the one who like coaches him through feeling emotions, or he never felt emotions before you, because he's like, oh, she's crying. How long do people usually cry? I mean, I can stay until she's done crying, but how long did it take last time? Like, very clinical about it. And like, I feel like that's, to some people, an attractive mindset. Not to me. I would prefer my partner be like emotionally literate, I think that this is a draw for some people, to have a guy be like, oh, she's crying. Well, I'll wait until she's not crying because I don't want her to cry, but like, how long is that going to be? How long did it take last time? I don't understand emotion so much that I can't even fathom how crying works. So he portals away after telling her about Cretan's Crag. You remember Cretan's Crag. So Grimm is pretty certain that when she grabs the sword, she's going to die, and he's just using her like essentially an oven mitt to grab the sword for him so that she will die instead of him. But I'm going, didn't he figure out that she's like immune to curses before this? Or is this when he figures this out? Because he's figured out that she's her father's daughter. And like he was immune to curses, right? That's why Grimm was having him help with the hunt for the sword. So why wouldn't he? I don't know. Nothing makes sense, but he's convinced that Isla's going to die. And obviously she doesn't. And then he's probably going to be like, oh my gosh, she's immune to curses. Most of this novella so far is Grimm being like, man, I really, 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 really like her a lot. She's my whole world. She's my obsession. And then flip-flopping between that and just convincing himself that, oh, he doesn't care about her at all. Here's how I prove I don't care about her at all, blah, blah, blah. Back and forth, back and forth. And that's really not interesting. I mean, a good author could probably make it interesting, but Alex Aster's not that. My emotions remain as flat as a lake. Lakes are not flat. I mean, maybe you mean the surface of a quiet lake? But like just the lake itself, not actually flat. First of all, which part of a lake are you referring to? But also, the waters on a lake can be choppy and definitely not flat. So I think maybe we need a few more words there to make that make sense. So Grimm refuses another woman lineup. His staff are just like obsessed with him getting it on with random women. They don't have anything else going on apparently. I mean, it's almost storm season and monsters are attacking them constantly, but really getting the king laid is their most important task. Like, who is behind this? Who is the council member or the guard or the servant or whatever who's like spearheading this? Because Grimm certainly didn't tell them to do it. Who's taken on being in charge of the women lineup? So here we have a mention of some other things that Grimm has to contend with, you know, as the ruler of a continent, such as talks of rebel groups. No idea what that means, never comes to fruition. And there are even calls for me to attend the centennial and end the curses once and for all. Yeah, I imagine that there would be. I suspect that your people don't enjoy being cursed and locked away from the nighttime, which is where they, you know, gained their powers. Yeah, you've got all your powers, but what about your people? He doesn't care about his people. They're just annoying little ants to get in his way or cannon fodder if the Drex are attacking. How does he get from this to the latest book in this series where he was like actually being a good ruler and taking care of his people? I don't imagine we're actually going to get any explanation for how that switch happens.
You're right. And when you're right, you're right. And you're always right.
But of course, he will be going to the Centennial, but not because he cares about his people or wants to end the curses. It's for Isla. Everything is for Isla. But Isla teleports into his room all beat to shit, and he's of course just fully like, never mind how I was pretending that I don't like her. I absolutely love her again, and whoever did this to her, I will reduce them to a pile of smoking ash.
Bring you the floofiest.
She is so plush right now. Like, look at this. Everybody, look at this baby. Look at how. Look at this. I wish you could pet her because she's so soft. She's like a stuffed animal if a stuffed animal was alive. Dang, I may have made a mistake by reading this chapter this morning. I thought it would be short like all the other ones, but it's long, so we're going to hustle. I'm going to start reading and not commenting as much, but this is just a copy-paste of the scene where Isla went to Grimm when she was injured, but from his point of view, we get to see how mad he is about it and how worried he is about her, and we watch him go to the kitchen to make her hot chocolate, which consists of, I chop up chocolate, I melt it down. So that's, thank God we followed him through that sequence. No indication of where they get chocolate in these lands, but who cares? Chocolate is a naturally occurring thing, like air. It just, it appears. You don't have to actually buy it or grow it or anything like that. He's thrilled that she also likes chocolate. They are surely soulmates. It'd be great here if Grimm could have some introspection because, you know, she asks for Nightbane and he's like, no, you can't have Nightbane. It's like this really, really hard drug and it will kill you. You'll become addicted and it will kill you, so it's meth. And she's like, oh, well, why would anyone take it? And he's like, yeah, that is a great question. And I'm like, perhaps it'd be a perfect time for Grimm to internalize why the people of his nation would be turning to hard drugs that kill them. Perhaps it sucks here, and you should do something about it as their ruler. Grimm is sharing about some of his tragic backstory, and he lifts a shoulder in his single shoulder shrug. She does not take this time to mention that she also had a horrific childhood filled with people torturing her. And the scene ends with Isla leaving in a huff about something stupid, and she thinks he's working with Cleo, which we have not seen, but he does have access to a moonling healer, I think, for some reason. I don't know, don't ask questions. But she leaves, and he's like, oh, she hates me, and she should hate me. Emo, angst. If we didn't have Grimm broods already crossed off on the bingo card, this would be it. And he waits a little while and then teleports to her room to make sure that she's not dead. I love a partner from whom I can have no privacy. Because even if I leave, he could just follow me invisibly to see what I'm up to. That's great. That's such a healthy dynamic for a couple.
Sarcasm? You think?
This is supposed to be charming, but again, it's just creepy. She's having, like, a bad dream, and he, like, soothes her with his shadows. So, like, he runs his shadows through her hair and caresses her cheek with his shadows. And that's creepy. That is creepy. You play a horror soundtrack under that, and you instantly have a terrifying scene. By the way, I'm not pointing out a lot of things in the way that this is written that I could be, that we have talked about before, but I'm just going to point out one. All of this writing is pretty atrocious, like very unskilled. She has not leveled up her skills with the actual craft at all. Eyes blinking rapidly. We don't need eyes because she wouldn't be blinking with any other part of her body. And if she was, you would tell us. So you can just say blinking rapidly. There's just so much like that. The word choices, the phrasing, the way the sentences are constructed, all of it is a novice's work. And she shouldn't be still at this level if she was actually writing these books with an intention to improve her craft. She's not. If she's been given any notes, she's not taking them to heart. She's not moving them forward into her next books. Because that's the great thing about having a developmental edit from me or anyone, whatever editor you want to hire that you trust. Those things that we can point out in your story can turn into skills that you bring forward into your next story. So you don't just keep making the same mistakes and we point it out every time. You learn how to write better, and then you don't make those mistakes. Now you make new, different mistakes, because obviously writing is just an ongoing journey, but you get better because you listen to advice, you listen to your editors. And if she is doing any editing, like if I don't even know if this is true, if she is getting edits at any point, not for this book, but for her other books, they're handing it back to her with her notes, and she's changing things. She is internalizing none of it. At least once per scene, we have to have Grimm picturing doing it with Isla. Like, whatever she does, she'll do something small, like smile, and he'll be like, I imagine biting those lips as I loom over her, as I'm straddling her, or something like that. And now he's like, she clenches her blankets, and I imagine she's clenching her blankets because I'm giving her amazing orgasms, you know? Like, every single thing she does, he turns into, like, picturing sexy times. This is another copy-pasted scene that I'm reading right now, by the way. So she's gazing at him with fascination, and he says, what could you find so fascinating about me? And I'm like, that is a great question. I wish we knew. So many of these scenes with Isla, from her point of view, I didn't realize how little clothing she was wearing. Because a lot of times we just wouldn't really even know what she was wearing. But, like, apparently from Grimm's point of view, every time they meet, she's just wearing, like, shreds of clothing. She looks like those characters from those old novels, you know, it'd be, like, the women on the cover, and there's just, like, a scrap of cloth across their boobs and a little bikini bottom scrap of cloth, and that would be it. And that's apparently what Isla's wearing at all times whenever she's around Grimm, especially since I can no longer forget about the age gap. Like, a lot of times in these books, you just kind of forget the age gap, but I can't at this point. Like, he knew her father. They were friends for a long time before she was even born. And now he's staring at her mostly naked body a lot. In this universe where people have such long lives, is 18, like, the age of consent? Would it really be? Like, hobbits aren't even considered adults until they're, like, what was it, 30, 40, something like that? I can't remember. Because they have longer lives. So, like, she would still be very much like a child to him, like a little toddler baby. compared to the lifespan of most of these people, but that's not how we're treating it.
Imagine like the Asari from Mass Effect. In the Asari culture, like someone who's in their hundreds to 200s at least is considered basically a teenager, and they're treated as such. They're kind of dismissed as like, oh, you silly dumb teen. So like Isla being like 21 or 22, however old she is, would be an infant to this culture. It's not like a vampire thing. It's a whole like race of people that all live to be like 500 or more. I mean, Grimm is like 500, so it's way more than 500. The only people who don't are the people who've been cursed to die at like 25 or whatever. Everybody else living for so long, hundreds and hundreds of years. I just have such a problem with the fact that he's basically perving on an infant, what would be an infant in their culture.
Still never ever got any emotional education whatsoever, which is apparently something we like in a man for some reason. You see, men can never figure out their emotions until they have a romantic interest to come along and teach them. I'm talking to the straight men here. Women do not exist to fix you. You do not have to wait until a woman comes along to be your romantic partner to figure out your own emotions or other people's, to figure out empathy. Stop waiting for that and do it like now. Do the work now. And this is toxic. This is toxic bullshit right here. Alex Aster, stop. No. I shake my head and cross my arms in front of me. Well, I should imagine you probably not crossing your arms behind you, especially since you're sitting on the chair. That'd be like a very awkward gesture. This is still just a copy-paste of a scene with some grim horniness thrown in there. I hope Oro is less of just repeats of stuff we've already gotten from the previous books. Like, these guys don't exist outside of Isla. There's a lot of book that could have happened in the chapters before Isla showed up in Grimm's life, but we just blew past that as quickly as we possibly could to get him to the part where Isla is present. And now it's just copy-pasting previous scenes. So they're getting closer and more intimate, and it says, my gaze lingers, shifting from her prickled chest. Her prickled chest. You know, people who read more Sexy Times books than me, is a prickled chest a euphemism that we use? Like, is that phrasing that we use? I've heard a lot of things that are like phrasing for intimate things that happen. But is prickled chest a thing? Apparently he knows, again, about orbits and planets and stuff. Are there a lot of people studying the stars in this world? He says, I am like an admiring moon rotating around the planet that is her. Which is an awkward, clunky-ass sentence, but also, again, indicating that they understand, like, planets and orbits and stuff. So now we're going to go to the scene where he teaches her how to use the star stick better. Again, copy-pasting with a little horniness thrown in. Very much easy mode, which doesn't surprise me. So when she accidentally portals them during the lesson to the black sand beach, it's the same beach that Grimm portaled to first when he was a kid, when he first learned his powers. And he's like, wow, we're so similar. She and I were just so similar because we both ended up at this beach. Like, this book is also grabbing and scraping for any ways that Grimm can find similarities between himself and Isla, because it's desperately trying to find some chemistry. I think that maybe Alex can sense that there's no chemistry between these characters, and she's like, what if they're really similar? What if they notice how similar they are? They're not really. The fact that they went to the same beach does not make them really similar, and the fact that she was a prisoner and he was a prisoner, yeah, they have, I guess, some aspects of their backstory are the same, but that does not make them all that similar. I'm really skimming because this is a copy-paste of the training scene. So then he teaches her how to fight, and, like, that's also very, very glossed over. Not that I want to watch it, but, like, everything that could potentially be interesting is glossed over. I teach her everything I can. That's it. That's the lesson. All right, and that's it for that chapter. He's like, the Cretan's Crag part of our quest is coming up soon, so, like, don't die in the meantime. But don't worry, he's, like, taught her how to be an amazing sword fighter in the span of a sentence, so she'll be fine. Okay, that's chapter 12 is our next chapter, but I need to stop because I have other things I really need to get done today, and I thought this was going to be a short chapter. Silly Julian. And we're back. I have, like, less than half an hour before the ferrets are supposed to go away, but we're going to try and read a chapter. I did not check to see if this was also a long chapter. No, it's not. Okay, we can definitely get through this chapter. Who is playing with my leg? It's Tandy! Did you guess it was Tandy? You did. You win a prize. I don't know what it is. You win Tandy stealing all of your possessions. Yes. This chapter is called This Damned Dress. So I'm glad that the thing that we're focusing on in this story, where we could have gotten so much more information about the world, the characters, the history, viewpoints on things that we couldn't have gotten through Isla's eyes. Instead, we're focusing on Isla and what she's wearing, which just kind of proves to me that Alex Aster has a really hard time with anything other than her, like, self-insert girl character. I bet you if we compared Grimm and Isla's voices, they would be pretty much the same as well. Don't claw my chair, thank you. So Grimm asks Astria, his general, for tips on a dress for Isla to wear to the event at Cretan's Crag. Because, you know, Astria is a girl, and girls all know about pretty dresses, whether they are military generals or not. Now, that's not to say that Astria couldn't know about a pretty dress, but also I love how Grimm just, like, assumes that she does, because girl. I love this in-depth description of the fashion in these lands. My people are known for wearing intricate, unrestricting clothing. Really, really well described. I can picture it perfectly. Grimm is such a stereotypical straight dude that it's like physically hurting me, because he says, I never really paid attention to them, meaning dresses, until her. But the dress that we come up with is, of course, skimpy, because for some reason this people's clothing style is, I don't even know how to describe it. Sometimes it's like rave style, sometimes it's more gowns, but whatever it is skimpy. It is barely any fabric. So let me remind you that Grimm has basically seen this woman who is so much younger than him in just shreds of fabric, mostly naked. Grimm is like not beating the groomer allegations at all. See, this is what Alex Aster wants to write. She wants to write one-liners about characters being in love. We get like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, just like one line. Can you see it? It's right here. It's almost like a poem. And it's just, she's stunning, singularly and uniquely stunning. I want to show off her beauty to the entire world. I want to kill anyone who glances in her direction. I want to lock her in a room forever. I want her in a possessive, tender way that frightens me. Because I shouldn't want anything the way I want her. That's all Alex Aster really wants to write, I feel, is those types of lines. The rest of it is all a vehicle for those types of lines, specifically and especially guys fawning over girls. Alex Aster perhaps has a career that she could get into where she could just write promotional lines for people's books. Like, hey Alex, I want people to read my romantasy, but maybe I haven't crafted that many lines that are super catchy in it. She could be like, I got you, and she would just craft you a bunch of this. There's a niche that perhaps she should explore. Because she doesn't want to write world building, she doesn't want to write characterization, she doesn't want to write descriptions, she just wants to write single lines over and over again from the point of view of a guy adoring a woman. Grimm is already thinking matrimonial thoughts about this essentially child. He says, she looks like my wife. I banish the thought instantly. Wife, what am I thinking? He says she looks like she would fit perfectly beside him in every sense, and I'm like, what do you know about her? Pop quiz, Grimm. Outside from the fact that she's hot and fragile, like physically fragile, he's always complaining because she's so squishy and easy to injure. What do you know about her? You want to wipe her up? What do you know about her? What's her favorite anything? What is her least favorite anything? What are her hobbies? When she's humming a little tune to herself, what does she hum? If you bought her a present, what would you buy her, and would she like it? Nothing. He could not answer a pop quiz about this. What's her favorite animal? He has no idea. He could not answer a pop quiz about this girl, and yet he's like, let me wipe her up. Once again, we have this toxic notion from Grimm and fear from Alex Aster about how women are supposed to be towards, like, essentially giant man children. Because, like, they get to the party and two women who are friends, they see each other and they do the, like, ah! and run over and hug each other. And Grimm freaks out because he hears screaming, but then it's just happy screaming. And he settles down. It says, Isla is like a bomb, bringing me back to the present, an anchor pulling me down firmly into this moment. So yeah, once again, the woman is supposed to be the calming influence on the man, the one who's always there to anchor the man, to bring him back to earth, to be a balm. A lot of these are buzzwords that you might hear from slightly more the religious side of things, where women are supposed to be like a helpmeet and stuff like that. And I think it's subconscious on Alex Aster's part. Now, to be clear, it is okay if your other half is like your calm. That's fine. But Grimm barely knows this girl, and he's putting all this responsibility on her that she doesn't even know about to be his calm. And it's like, or, once again, men go to therapy challenge level impossible. Grimm will do none of the emotional work on his own. He has to have a woman around to help him do it, to learn about emotional things that he should learn about. Instruments peal through the daylight. Wow, what a sentence that's so descriptive of the kind of instruments or the music. There are instruments, and it is daytime. That's the information we have. He thinks of a time when he was hanging out on Lightlark and he enjoyed himself. It's the last time that he enjoyed himself. And I'm like, that would have been amazing to actually get to see that. Here's the thing about a character like Grimm, who's just down and depressed and hasn't felt happiness in 500 years and doesn't know what emotions are. A character like him, he's always at this elevated level of he just is sad boy all the time. Sad, angry boy all the time. And if we never see him come down, if we never get to actually witness his happiness, all that sadness means nothing. That is his normal state. And so to the reader, it doesn't hit like it would if you showed us what made him happy and then ripped it away, quite frankly. You can't just tell us, oh, he had a good time once, a while ago. You have to show us. You have to let us experience it with him. And then when it is taken away, we actually feel his pain. Versus right now, it's just that's just Grimm's neutral state is miserable. And that's not a fun character to follow. And it's not an interesting character to follow. And quite frankly, it's not somebody that I find even remotely attractive. But apparently a lot of people think that a man in a constant state of miserable is, a bookman. I don't think they would find that true in real life, but a fictional man in a constant state of miserable is apparently attractive. But you could make it hit harder. You could make him be miserable, but it would actually hit if you showed us his happiness too. So Grimm claims that he doesn't even need his powers to tell how she's feeling anymore because for the first time in his life, he has learned to read people's emotions on their face, which is stupid, but I will give it to him because he has the power to sense people's emotions. So he's never had to learn to read people's emotions on their face. I will give that to him. He says that he has learned her. He knows her expressions. He has learned about facial expressions because he knows her so well. And I'm like, bullshit. The most time that he has spent with this girl has been while watching her sleep. You can't just tell me he knows her so well without proving it to me, especially in a book like this that's just superfluous fluff anyway. That would be the perfect time to show them, actually learning each other instead of just copy-pasting scenes that we already got from a previous book. Apparently this celebration in Cretan's Crag has a barmaid. You could just say a server. Is there a bar? Because you kind of need a bar for there to be a barmaid. But Alex Aster's just I don't know words. The barmaid touches Grimm's arm, and we learn for the first time that he doesn't like to be physically touched. That seems like something that we really could have covered at any point. This is what this scene is about. You remember when Isla had to do a super seductive dance to get the thief with the snake to tell her the location of the sword? We have to watch that from Grimm's point of view. So Grimm is trying to get her, he's use your seduction powers, but he knows she doesn't have powers. And he's tell me you don't have powers, admit it to me in his head. And then she doesn't. And he's I like her even more for not telling me. And I'm yeah, if she had told you, you would have said, I like her even more for telling me, because Grimm just likes Isla no matter what. So he watches her dance. And of course he's bricked up immediately because she's so hot. He's never seen a hot woman before in his life, just her. And she goes with the thief. As I recall, she like poisons him or something. I don't remember. But whatever it is, Grimm gets mad about it because that's all he does. When he remembers too, Grimm also keeps being like, I plan to kill her later. She doesn't know I plan to kill her later. He keeps going back and forth between like, she owns me body and soul and I plan to kill her later and she's my enemy, because that's all Alex Aster knows how to do. It's just, oh no, he's my enemy. Oh, but I love him. Oh, she's my enemy. I have to kill her. Oh, but I love her so much and she makes me so horny. So they're getting hot and heavy. He bit her neck, which is, I guess, sexy. And he flips her around and puts his boner up against her ass, and he says, but she is my enemy. I am planning against her. Not plotting against her. Planning against her. Okay. And this is when he makes a portal and in the wall and shoves her through it, which doesn't make any sense now from his point of view, because he's ridiculously horny, and he can tell because he can sense her emotions that she's ridiculously horny. So, and there's no good reason for him to not just go along with it at this point, except for he's like, I'm planning against her. Like, dude. These people are just it is infuriating from Isla's point of view, but even more from Grimm's, because now all of his actions, knowing just exactly how into her he was, make even less sense. Here we go, more of what Alex Aster really wants to write. I'm obsessed with her. I can't go a minute without thinking of her. I can't go a night without dreaming of her. I can't go a day without missing her. This obsession is maddening. It's debilitating. So that's what she wants to write. It's just those snappy, quick little man admiring woman lines. And he ends this chapter by deciding he needs to stay away from the temptress. Again, he decides that every other chapter and then immediately goes and hangs out with her. So it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
Didn't even try, made lots of money. Didn't even try, made lots of money.
But yeah, that was that chapter. And we're back. It's a different day. We're here with chapter 13. Snapped is what it's called. See, this is what I mean about overloading your reader with your threshold of suffering for your, in this case, viewpoint character. I have been stabbed on countless occasions. I have been sliced with shadows like daggers. I have been skinned and beaten until I am a whisper from death. It loses all of its meaning because we're doing all of these impossibly violent and horrible things to this character. But, none of it, matters. None of it holds him back. None of it, aside from making him a sad boy at the right moments, it doesn't matter. We are desensitized to the violence that could happen to these characters, and thus, we are not worried about them. We don't really care. And that's what I mean about going too far with the suffering of your character so that you desensitize your reader and they just can't be invested anymore. But here we are back to Alex Aster's favorite thing, snappy lines that you can put in reels and TikToks. She is a drug. She is an addiction. She is the bane of my existence. She is my undoing. Okay, well, that was terrifying. My memory card decided to have an error, and I was like, please tell me you have not deleted all the footage on you, which was actually only the chapter before this one, but I was still I don't want to have to reread any chapters of this book. So I think we're good. Fingers crossed, memory card, I'm keeping an eye on you. One of these days, I'm going to have to get a new camera. This one was secondhand when I bought it, so I don't ask a lot from it, but it's probably taken damage from having to listen to me read these books. So Grimm has been avoiding Isla for a month because that's what he does. He goes through phases where he's like, I'm obsessed with her, I'm seeing her all the time. No, I should stay away. It's like Edward and Bella on steroids, yes, come here. No, stay away. So of course he's pining, but in a really boring way. And he keeps having the same emotional beat over and over again, where he's like, I don't care about her at all. Yes, I do. I care so much. What is this feeling? What are these emotions? He just keeps doing the same thing. It's all just one big repeat over and over again of him just having this exact same emotional moment and these exact same actions on repeat. And they were repetitive when it was from Isla's point of view, but this is ridiculous from Grimm's point of view, honestly. This man keeps discovering that he has emotions every other chapter, and it's the same thing. He, for some reason completely unexplained, decides to have, feelings about his people for the first time ever. He's like, I am a little bit responsible for them, and I have been ignoring them to hang out with this hot girl. So he goes to kill some Drex for a while, because he's just been neglecting that. And is this the moment when he starts caring about his people randomly near the bottom of page 121?
Get used to disappointment.
Yeah, so he kills Drex for a while and then goes back to his room. That's the entire sequence of being like, maybe I should care about my people. He goes and kills some Drex, which are currently being held off by his soldiers, who we've already established cannot handle these things. But that's a paragraph. He's like, I should help my people. He goes and kills some Drex, and he portals back to his room. That's it. We don't actually watch him even killing the Drex. So he goes to his bathroom, still wearing his armor, apparently, because it says that his armor is feels really heavy on him. I imagine it does, his plate mail. But he goes to his bathroom to wash up after the killing, and a portal opens, and he's like, it's Isla! But then a guy falls through, and he grabs the guy by the neck, and then snaps this guy's neck. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? But when he looks through, he sees that Isla is in danger, and she's surrounded by men, and she's injured again. She's constantly injured, this girl. Always injured. So is Grimm, but his injuries don't matter because he's so unbelievably tough and toxically masculine that it's just a paper cut to this man. But Isla is injured, and so that's a big deal. He's like, who did this to you? And she's surrounded by men who are attacking her. I think it's pretty obvious, hun. And he breaks all of their necks at once with his shadows. So I don't even remember this scene from Isla's point of view. Honestly, it was such a nothing, no doubt. Just another scene where she's in danger and Grimm saves her. So he picks her up in his arms to portal her away, but he is still wearing the armor. So that, I'm inferring, because he mentioned the armor on the previous page. Obviously, it's not brought up again, because this author really, really doesn't care what anyone's wearing unless it is a pretty princess dress. And even then, she's kind of bad at describing them. There's a fly in this room. How is there always a fly in this room when I'm filming? I don't understand. It keeps getting warm and then cold and then warm and then cold here in Wisconsin, and every time it warms up, all the flies wake up again and invade my house. And then it gets cold and they all die. It's just it's an endless cycle. Anyway, you don't care about the flies. Like I was saying, he picks her up, and I can only imagine that he's still wearing his plate mail, so he's cradling this tiny injured girl against pokey metal plates. But obviously, Alex Aster has already forgotten that detail, that he's wearing his armor, so I think she forgets things so quickly. I swear she writes something in a scene and has forgotten about it by the end of the scene. All this scene really exists for, the only thing that she actually cares about is that Grimm gets to say, who did this to you? And then be angry that Isla is injured, and then go be soft and sweet to her as he tends to her injuries. I can't remember why Isla got into this situation. He thinks it's because she really wants to find the sword, but wasn't she also at this point looking for human skin gloves as well? I can't remember. Everything blurs together. There's so many fetch quests that they all blur together. I have no idea why she got into trouble this time. This is the scene, however, where he has to set her on his lap. Again, he's totally wearing armor, so this has got to be horrendously uncomfortable. But he sets her on his lap so he can delicately remove glass shards from her palms. Also, he's really, really into her green eyes. I haven't been mentioning it, but we get a lot about how he just thinks her green eyes, not even emerald or anything pretty like that, just green. Her green eyes are the most gorgeous thing he's ever seen in the whole wide world. He says, I knew if we kept seeing each other, I would do something stupid like put my realm at risk. I'm sitting here like, my guy, you barely remembered that maybe you should help out your people for 10 minutes a couple pages ago. What do you care about your realm? You do not. You demonstrably do not. You like one person. You like Astria, who's totally been there the whole time. 100%, shut up. You like her, and that's it. That's the end of your list. Everyone else in your realm is just faceless cannon fodder to you. Grimm's just horny again, and I think he's magically changed clothes because, he can, feel her leaning against him and everything. So at some point, his armor magically disappeared, and now he's probably wearing some sort of black Fabio-like shirt here. So Isla says, I know where the sword is, and Grimm is, literally thinking, I could care, but I'm too horny. That's, it's the... Oh, if only the people of his realm knew that, all of these people. I'm sure we're going to find out that Aura was useless as well. If only Isla's people knew how useless she was as a leader. If only Grimm's people knew how useless he was. They must know. They're probably constantly being killed by Drax. And yet they still have plenty of infrastructure for that cozy Christmas village that we'll visit later. Nobody's a good leader. none, 0% of these people are good leaders. I'm going to have to assume that Cleo is, just because I need somebody to be. But it's interesting to me that Alex Aster has yet to write a leader who actually cares about their people. They're leader in the fact that everybody has to like bow down and respect them, but never in the fact that they are in charge of taking care of the people who they are in charge of. And it makes me just kind of side-eye. Once again, I'm always side-eyeing Alex Aster because, as I pointed out before, not everything in a book is the author's views, very obviously. Somebody thought in Adventurer Mage 2, because Maeve can be very dismissive of people who are in romantic relationships, somebody thought that I didn't like romantic relationships. And I'm like, that's Maeve. That is her point of view. And yes, she has a little bit of a pricklier view than I do. That's her, not me. You know, but some people are still going to think that, and that's fine. But like at the same time, we also do put some of ourselves into our books without meaning to, and I worry that Alex Aster thinks that being a leader means you just get to be in charge of everybody and they don't have a say in what you do whatsoever, and they don't get to have thoughts or feelings, and you just let them die willy-nilly. But you don't have to care because being a leader is so hard. Being so important and special is so hard, and all of those faceless peasants just wouldn't understand. And there's so many peasants anyway. What if a few thousand of them die? Like, it is concerning at this point. I thought, because Grimm seemed to be acting as a decent leader when what we saw of him in like the last book in Skyshade, is it? Yeah, in Skyshade, it seemed like he was like trying and being a good leader. And so I was like, okay, well maybe we'll see that from him. No, he feels like Isla about his people. He just doesn't care about them at all. They're just faceless nobodies, and there's so many of them that certainly they can just keep dying forever. There's an endless supply of peasants. They can die forever. It is concerning. So Grimm is horny, and Isla is like, hey, I know where the sword is. And you remember that they discover that it's in this cave guarded by a dragon and a bunch of traps. And their solution to the traps is to just have Grimm tank all of the traps. That's their clever plan. No solution to disarm the traps, no solution to sneak around the traps. The only way is for Grimm to just get shot by a whole bunch of arrows and healed over and over again, because Grimm has to suffer the most. But again, it doesn't mean anything because this man is like in a constant state of being tortured. So like, we're desensitized to it. Anyway, I'm making these chapters way longer than they are with all of my yammering, which I suppose is why you tune in. Because if you were just reading this, you'd be bored out of your mind and you'd go do something else, like a smart person. Anyway, let's see, what time is it? I need to go make lunch, but maybe I'll film a little bit more today, maybe I won't, we'll see. And we're back. Well, camera doesn't want to focus, but that doesn't really matter. We all know that you're all listening to this while you do chores anyway, and I hope that your chores are going well. I'm thrilled to be your chore buddy, honestly. Anybody tells me that, like, they put me on while they're doing the dishes or laundry or something like that, I am like, glad to be your companion on this journey. Also glad that it's you doing the dishes and not me. Although that does mean that I have to read this book. So now we get to find out what Grimm's thought process was when he decided that it would be a great idea to just tank a bunch of arrows.
It's the final brain cell.
I was thinking about earlier while I was doing chores, thinking about like, what is the point of this? I mean, the point of this is to make money, but let's pretend that the author actually cared and wanted to offer something new to the world for her fans. Let's imagine that this is us in this scenario, and we actually want to write a good story, a good couple of novellas to give to our fans. All right, we've got our guy character who we don't get his POV really in the other books, so this is new. But what is the point? Like this, there's no point to this. We are just literally now at this point copy-pasting scenes from a previous book from Grimm's point of view. Is it to find out that he's extremely horny during all of these scenes? Because I think we could infer that. But also, now we get it. We get it. We are 130 pages in, roughly. We understand that in all of the scenes that we had previously seen, Grimm was horny. So if we were writing this, we would want to be getting something else something else, anything else. So what we would want to do is we would want to fill in the gaps. Rather than us watching the scenes that we have already seen in a previous book, let's find out what he was doing in between those scenes. What's he thinking? What's he plotting? What's he up to? Like, occasionally having a paragraph about him fighting the Drex, not enough. The summary paragraphs should be about what he was doing with Isla. The chapters that we should get in detail are about stuff that we don't already know. Now, it's okay for us to see things like their introduction scene from his point of view. I think that's fun. As I mentioned earlier, I love an introduction scene from the other character's point of view. However, we are well past that, and now we are just repeating scenes. There's no point. There's no point. We could go back into the other book and read those. You know, there's nothing new that we're getting from Grimm's point of view, aside from the fact that he was horny, he was bricked up this entire time, and I guess it's important that we know that. Anyway, something to think about if you're thinking about doing add-ons like this, where you want to like bring a novella from a different character's point of view. I have not read any of the novellas from the Powerless series because when I finished reading Powerless, I set it down and kind of vowed never to go back, because why would I do that? Nazi romance just isn't my thing, okay? But anyway, they do have a couple of novellas, and I will say something for them, having not read them. I don't know if they're good, but I will say something for them, that they are from characters' points of view that we do not get in like the main book. They bring something different to the table instead of just copy pasting the same things over and over again. Anyway, I'll do anything to avoid reading this book, including go on a long diatribe about how important it is to do something new with your add-on material. But let's go. He says, dragons are cruel creatures that rely heavily on their training. Which I understand to mean that like you can train dragons and then they kind of default to their training. But the way this is phrased also sounds like the dragons are like in this top secret military and they'd be like, remember your training! I get what they're going for, but as usual, Alex Aster has phrased it in the silliest way possible. I should feel bone-melting relief. I don't think I could ever describe the emotion of relief as bone melting. I swear, sometimes Alex Aster just shoves words together and calls it good. So exactly the same thing happens as happened in the previous time we read this. They go in, an arrow comes out of nowhere. Grimm instinctively throws himself over Isla's delicate girl body, but it sounds like he's not wearing armor, so he's getting pierced by a lot of arrows because he's very stupid. He kind of deserves it. Like, why would you not wear your armor? Because we see him wearing big, chunky plate mail in a lot of art, but not here. Arrows are going into his body so deep, it says, that they're coming out the other side of his torso and threatening to stab her. And he's gonna be fine. So this is why your reader is desensitized. They don't care, they're not worried. And if your reader is not ever worried that your main character could be in danger, that's like cutting your feet out from under you as an author. Like, I know there are such characters that exist, like say Superman, who is pretty impervious to danger, but even he has kryptonite, and bad guys always seem to have that handy whenever they need it. There is still danger for him, but Grimm's got nothing. Arrows are going through his probably lungs, heart, internal organs, and coming out the other side. And he's like, this just kind of sucks. Yeah, he's stuck full of arrows going through his torso, which is just a Tuesday for him apparently. And he's mad because he let a single arrow get through and hit her on the leg. Yeah, see, he's like unbothered. The pain is nothing compared to the fear of seeing the first arrow hurtling towards her. I don't know, like, that is just too much. That is too much. Like, there's such a thing as too much of a quote-unquote good thing, and that is too much. Like, are the girlies really falling for this? Allosexuals, I'm worried about you. Is Grimm just invincible? They finally go back, and she's, like, patching him up or whatever, and he's thinking that she shouldn't use the healing elixir on him. He's like, I'm not worth it, I'll be fine. He thinks he'll be fine. And I'm like, have we established that he's literally invincible? Is that one of his powers? I mean, he clearly is, because he's been pierced through several certainly vital organs, and lost so much blood. But even then, he's thinking, I'm fine. She shouldn't use those things on me. Sir, how invincible are you, actually? I need to know so I can understand this story. He's like, I'll walk it off. I'll rub some dirt on it. So here Grimm admits to self-harm. He's telling her that pain is power, and she's like, have you ever, inflicted injury upon yourself to, up your power? And he's like, I did a long time ago, but then we find out he's lying. He's done it recently. But we're not going to explore that. Like, that could be a whole thing to explore with Grimm, is like this self-harm that he does. But the most we get to see is that he gets injured when he's fighting the Drex, but like, he doesn't let the Drex injure him, and he certainly isn't injuring himself. So, like, we don't actually see it. We just find out that he does it, which we already found out from Isla's part. He thinks that he does it for the good of his realm, but we have not seen him giving a single fuck about his realm. Like, he does not care. The only reason he fights the Drex, I think, is because he understands that if they completely take over, he won't have anybody to force choke in the conference room. Oh, so Alex Aster does know what an army is, or has some rough idea, because Isla says, used himself as a blockade against an army of arrows to save me. So she knows an army of arrows, but when it comes to people, it's only ever a legion. Like, I don't know if Alex maybe thinks that army only applies to, like, objects? Yeah, man, this guy, he's so fucking dramatic. He thinks 12 arrows are nothing, and nothing compared to the anguish of senselessly caring so much for my enemy.
This song got more dramatic.
He notices for some reason that her hands are cold, but he says it's from the weather outside. We have never actually explored the fact that he is physically cold to the touch from his point of view. Does he realize that he is? It would be really interesting if he, like, when he gets up and close and personal with Isla, he realizes how warm she is, and he has a moment of, like, am I just, like, unusually cold? But I think perhaps also the author has forgotten that detail about her character. Also, we have no idea what the weather outside is. Is it raining? Is it sunny? Is it a balmy 75 degrees? Like, we don't know, but she's cold from the weather outside. So we time jump, and it just says, we have tried every way to get inside the cave. Good, what ways have you tried? What have you done? What attempts have you made? What schemes have you come up with? Was there a chalkboard and sketches involved? No. We have tried every way to get inside the cave.
You magnificent bastard, I read your book!
It's okay to reveal your character's plans, or their thought process of their plans. Now, obviously, a long planning scene could potentially bog down a story, but not this one. I would kill for a long planning scene in this book. But anyway, he, at this point, is just like, I don't even care about the sword anymore. I'm just really enjoying hanging out with Isla, even if that hanging out involves me getting shot by a bunch of arrows over and over again, because I'm an idiot. May I reiterate again how quickly the two main characters in my book, Adventurer Mage, would have handled this cave situation, because they are professional puzzle solvers. They are professional dungeon crawlers. It's what they do for their job. So if you're interested in watching characters logic out and figure out dangerous puzzles and not get shot with 12 arrows through their torso because they're too stupid to figure out something else, then check out my book, Adventurer Mage, the sequel to which is probably out right now. So the end of this chapter, we're just treated to bath time, sexy bath time, where they both get into a healing bath together, and it's just about how beautiful he finds her and how horny he is about it. I am curious where this novella, where Grimm's side is going to end. Because, like, we're not moving towards any sort of logical ending with him. We didn't start in one place and are moving towards that. We just sort of started with a bit of his backstory, very swiftly charged through, and now we're just doing a repeat of a book we've already read. Does it end when they find the sword? Does it end in their marriage? What is the point? What are we driving towards? Because even if you're writing a novella, and even if it's a little companion novella, it should have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and those should be logical. Your reader should be able to at least kind of infer where they think your story is going. Like, they might be wrong about a lot of the details, but they should be able to kind of go, okay, the ending of this story is gonna be blah. This is the problem that the characters will solve. This is the arc the characters will complete. This is the journey that the characters will finish. Nothing. It's just copy-pasting from a previous book. Chapter 15 is called The Ball, so there's probably going to be some pretty princess dress-up involved, and it's pretty short, so I'll probably just go ahead and read it real quick. All right, let's hope I can get through this relatively short chapter quickly because I gotta go make lunch. But it is short if I don't just jabber the whole time about how pointless this thing is. Ah, here we have more rich people logic. So Isla's not alone in thinking this way. Grimm is like, you know what'll help the morale of my people who are actively being torn apart by monsters daily? A party. A rich people party to which most of them are probably not even invited. Most of them are probably going to be acting as servants and serving us at this party, but it will certainly boost their morale. Yeah, he says hundreds have been killed in the last year alone. They need a distraction. How about they need a leader who gives a fuck about them and actually does something, besides occasionally hunting for a sword with a hot babe that he's into. So the Grimm Apology Tour that happened in whichever of those previous books was the Grimm Apology Tour, it is completely canceled out by this because it is completely 100% evident that the only person in the whole wide world that he gives a single fuck about is Isla, and everybody else can go die. But he does want to throw a party because he's so fucking clueless that he thinks that's gonna fix his people's morale. He also hates being here and wishes he was with Isla. What the fuck is the point, buddy? Because it's not going to boost anybody's morale and you hate it here. How about you don't waste time and resources on a party and instead make sure your people are not being murdered daily? Occasionally, Grimm remembers to repeat that he doesn't like to be touched, except by Isla. He's discovered he likes being touched by Isla. So that's not really an arc, he just doesn't like being touched. He's hating it here. All we're doing is sitting here and listening about how much he hates this party that he threw to try and improve the morale of the peasants, whom he is allowing to be slaughtered. I would not be surprised if several people tried to assassinate him at this party, but he would be clueless because he's just thinking about Isla, and also he can take 12 arrows to the torso and walk it off, so. Also, he's just learned about emotions and feelings for the first time, but the only person he can apply any of those to is Isla. He has not come to the conclusion that the other people around him are human beings with their own lives, their own wants and desires, their own fears, their own loves. They also have emotions, Grimm. So empathy still completely outside the realm of possibility for this man, but he has learned that he has feelings for one specific person. Again, this is not an attractive trait. Allosexuals, you deserve better. But of course, Isla comes to the party looking absolutely gorgeous, and everybody stops and stares at her because she's the most gorgeous thing that anyone has ever seen in the whole world. And Grimm's like, she's in danger being here because everything Isla does, she's in danger doing it. And he's like, I'll just portal her away. But then he's like, I can't because, like, she's so pretty. Once again, her dress is described as shreds of almost sheer black fabric. This girl is wearing basically nothing. And the only thing that we have seen her in when she's around Grimm is essentially a bikini at all times with a little bit of a skirt. And he's so freaking jealous. Like, why is jealousy attractive? She goes to dance with somebody and he thinks about chopping that man's hand off with a shadow. Like, do we understand that people can dance with people who are not their romantic partner just for fun? Clearly Grimm doesn't understand that, but he just learned about emotions about 5 days ago, so. He's thinking about different ways that he's going to dismember the nice fella that she's dancing with. Like, I'm sure it won't turn out to be a nice fella, but this could just be some guy. You threw this party, Grimm. You threw this party to help morale of your people. I can tell ya that it's not going to do great things for morale if they see you take apart another human being piece by piece at the party. It's getting also really repetitive. I mean, it has been, but it's extremely repetitive now in his mind. It's just the same things over and over again, worded slightly differently about how he's jealous, about how he's never felt this way about someone before, about how he wishes that he could have her, but he can't. It's the same every single one of these scenes where he is like not actually actively touching her. He's just pining in the most repetitive way ever. So Isla and the man start to leave the room, and he can feel Isla's emotion, and he can tell that she's like down, like she wants to go with this guy. And he's like, grr, but I have to let her go because it's what she wants. If it was anybody else, he wouldn't care what they wanted, but it's what she wants. So if she wants to go with this man, I have to let her. But then he notices that her cheeks are really red, which is a sure sign that she's been roofied, I guess. Because Isla, or any woman really, could never have any inclination for like a casual hookup unless she's been roofied. He tells her that she was given a drug that in a few moments would have her completely paralyzed. Okay, But does the drug also make her, like, really horny? She was still, like, she wasn't paralyzed yet. She was completely down to go with this guy for, like, a casual makeout or hookup scenario. Did the drug do that? Because that's not what you're telling her. You're telling her that she would have been paralyzed. He feels her true fear for the first time, which he reassures himself, she's never been afraid of me because I've never felt this, like, level of fear from her before. He's also not at all concerned that clearly roofies are being handed out at this party. Any other people who get, like, roofied and assaulted tonight, none of his business. It's only if his girlfriend gets in trouble. But he has an antidote right in the castle supply storage or whatever, so they go and get that, and then this whole thing is dealt with. But all this scene actually culminates in is her being like, "Don't touch me," and he's like, "I'll never touch you unless you beg me to." So almost getting roofied very quickly turns into, like, dirty talking each other. So they dirty talk for a while, and then he goes back and he gets the guy who tried to assault Isla, and it says, "As I rip him limb from limb, as I cut off the hands that dared touch her, as I rip off his lips with my shadows, I listen to his screams and begs for mercy. All I think of is her." Well, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about you if that's what turns you on in a man, but, you know, whatever, allosexuals. Whatever. Dear goodness. All right. Well, the Grimm Apology Tour is not going well in my books. Anyway, I gotta go make lunch. I'll see you for the next chapter when I see ya. So Tendy was just here trying to do my job, and then she ran off, and now she has tagged in Chai. But both of them seem to think that they could do a better job reading this book than me, which is rude, I feel. But probably also accurate. At least they'd be more entertaining and cute to look at. I mean... Anyway, try to get through a chapter. Hopefully I didn't lose my bookmark while I was fooling around with ferrets. Fooling around with ferrets. Band or memoir. This next chapter is called Fool for Her. I wonder what it's gonna be about. We open on Grimm washing blood out from under his fingernails because he decided that tearing that man apart with shadows wasn't enough. He needed to use his bare hands. This is the guy he's the one that we're supposed to root for. This is the man for Isla, and by extension, us. So he decides he should go do his job for like 10 minutes, and he goes to fight some Drex, and he watches his warriors get slaughtered in front of him, but he has no, like, emotion about it. He's actually thinking about Isla, and he starts thinking about marrying her, and then he starts thinking about having a baby with her, because, like, there's nothing else that you can do with the person that you love. You have to marry them, and you have to have a baby. Those are, like, the things. So, and of course Grimm has to want that, even though his life has been nothing like... You know, the way that we are socialized here in America and kind of in the Western world is that the nuclear family and producing a baby are like the most important life phases that you can have. Grimm does not live in that kind of world at all. I'm sorry about all the rustling, but they are playing in the tubes behind me, so you guys are just going to have to deal with the noise. When we all know, actually, really, what we want to do is get married and have 5 ferrets. What? They're my biological children. Let's recap. Grimm can be shot by 12 arrows that go through his torso, certainly through vital organs, and walk it off. Like, he was a little bit inconvenienced. Isla had to patch him up, but he was barely like, he's like, yeah, whatever, I barely feel the pain or anything like that. But a Drek gets him and, like, slashes him across the chest because apparently he's, again, not wearing armor. Why would he do that? But a Drek gets him and slashes him, and the Dreks have poison, I guess, because they're not deadly enough. And now he's in peril. 12 arrows, no big. 1 slash with, like, the poison claws, that's a big deal, and has never apparently happened before. This is his first time ever getting actually injured by a Drek, I guess. Even though I'm pretty sure he's mentioned having been injured in previous scenes, and he just walks those off as well. So, remember that scene where he shows up on her doorstep because we have to have all of the tropes, and one of them is the enemy shows up on your doorstep and needs your help. So, he shows up on her doorstep and he's like, I'm dying, and she's like, oh no! Turns out the thing that almost got him was being scratched by 1 Drek. So again, let me reiterate, shot through his torso by 12 arrows, fine. Scratched by 1 Drek, actually dying needs to go to Isla because he wants to see her before he dies. Like, what? What is that Drek poison should be like studied, because clearly it is some powerful stuff. Like let's like take some of the Dreks and let's stop turning them to ash when we kill them. Let's catch some. Let's get their bodies, or maybe we catch them live and we figure out that poison, because that is the shit. Like that is apparently the most powerful thing out here, because it can kill Grimm, who again walks off. Arrows through the torso. So he's like, use the wildling elixir, because apparently he's just put it together now that it's like really, really potent, useful stuff. Why is it that the plant that makes the elixir grows in his land, but nobody's figured out how to use it for anything except for meth? And it somehow, I forget how, but probably to do with Isla's parents, got into the wildling lands and they're like, oh, healing elixir. No, none of them realize that it can be used to make meth. Like, what? I just want to know what the natural progression of those things is. Because, yes, Grimm's Land is a very, very brutal place, but you think a brutal place could have a use for somebody who figures out how to make a really good healing elixir. Also probably meth, but, like, can we have both? No. The only thing they figured out to do with this plant that grows natively on their land is hard drugs, but not super awesome healing elixir. Like, what is the method for making the healing elixir, and how is it so drastically different from what they're doing to make the Nightbane? I just have so many world-building questions. He fantasizes while he's being treated about her again. And one of his fantasies is being able to wake up in the middle of the night wanting sexy times, and she's always on board. Like, that's one of his legitimate fantasies. Man, I want a woman who's, like, always ready. Who never says no to me. Yeah, and he's daydreaming again about having a baby. And I'm like, this is not the world and the culture where having a baby is like part of the thing that you dream about, especially as a leader, because once you have that baby, it shortens your lifespan. You're going to take your beloved Isla, the woman that you cannot stop thinking about, the only person you care about in the whole world, and have her shorten her lifespan so you can have a baby, which is not something that you should want considering your background. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You have to think about your characters and what their specific wants would be. Not just because in our world lots of people want babies, that must mean that these characters would want them too.
And I'm not saying that Grimm can't want a baby and a family like that, but you have to factor in his culture and figure out why he wants that counter to what is expected from his culture. Like, maybe he wants to stick it to his father by being an amazing father himself. Like, what does he want from his life besides just, I want a wife and a baby, full stop?
He, of course, is stunned that she heals him. For some reason. He's like, oh, I expected to die. I expected she'd just let me die here on her floor. And it's like, dude, we cannot keep this up. We cannot keep up this whole, like, she hates me, we're enemies actually thing at this point. I'm sorry, it's not, the infrastructure's not there. It's not working. She already has been helping you all this way. She's been patching you up when you've been stabbed by 12 arrows. Like, no. He says thank you to her and then wonders if it's the first time he's ever said thank you to anyone. And I'm like, oh my God. Every now and then, Grimm will try to be like a little bit snarky and a little bit sassy, but like it doesn't fit his character, it doesn't suit him, and it doesn't work. And obviously, you know that I'm here for a character who's not snarky all the time, but it's so awkward. Again, it feels a little bit like an alien who's trying to write this, who understands that sometimes characters are a little bit snarky, but like, Grimm, it doesn't look right on him. But literally whatever she does, you know, because it's copy-pasted from previous scenes, but whatever she did, you know, whatever movement she made or things she said from that scene, just tack on a line about how Grimm wants that to be true in bed. Ooh, we get a little bit of a description of the Dreks, finally. We get a better description of them. I was just picturing them like winged dudes with like naked winged dudes, black scales, whatever. Actually, apparently they look like little dragons. So I'm totally going to have to amend what I was thinking about when I thought of the Dreks, because like the only time we've gotten a true description of them, aside from the fact that they have wings and claws, and later can, I think, learn to use weapons, so that's a little bit weird, is in this 2 novella bind-up that some people simply will not read. At least I think so. Maybe I'm forgetting. Maybe they were described in a previous book and I just forgot, because it is kind of a throwaway line. He just is like, this is what they look like, and then carries on. Lusting after Isla, of course. You don't care about this. He says, I haven't slept well in years. The safety of my realm, my people, its future is on my shoulders. He doesn't care. We have well established that he doesn't care. The only reason he goes to fight Drex occasionally is to get Isla off his mind, and even then it doesn't work. I think he hates his people and wants them all to die. The only person here that we see him like is Astria. Everyone else, he hates. He force chokes his council members. Every single time we've seen him in a council meeting, he force chokes somebody. Like, he hates his people. He says, I could have portaled my people away, but where would we go? I don't know, the cozy Christmas village? That seems pretty untouched. Okay, he said that the Drex look like little dragons, but he also says the Drex used to be people. So I think that's where we're getting confused as to what they look like. Because I was imagining sort of more humanoid with like talons and dragon wings and maybe tails. But I guess they look like little dragons and they just used to be people at some point, but then they fully transformed into mini dragons. Mini dragons with very, very poisonous claws. So I'm really curious why this is. He says, my ancestor Cronin cursed his warriors to become unbeatable beasts. But then he made a special sword imbued with power. It's like, okay, but who was he fighting at the time? Why did he need an army of unbeatable beasts? Why did he make just one device for handling them? And why did he make that device reactive to people using the type of magic that he would have? Because, like, that's the reason Grimm can't use his magic to go get the sword, is because if he does, the sword, poop, pops out of existence and shows up somewhere else, and they have to start over from scratch. Why would you do that for the only device that can control your army of dragon monsters? And also, why are the dragon monsters clearly coming from like another dimension? And how are they just endless? Are they breeding super fast? How do they create more of them? Because like, unless he had not only an invincible army, but also an army with like no limit as to its numbers, I don't think he needed to make them into dragons if that was the case. I have so many logistical questions. So many. Then for some reason, rather than ask any logistical questions, Isla's just like, what was your mother like? Because we know that all these boys, one thing that's also true about all of these boys is that they have mommy issues. And here we get a reminder of something that we recently saw. So again, we don't need this. It's okay to remind your reader of things if it's been a long time or it's a really important feature that you really want them to remember before something happens that's going to use that feature. You know what I mean? But here, this is pointless. I remember sending the covets, that's his harem of women, away. I remember realizing that no one would ever compare to her. The idea of being with someone else, even on the basest sense, repulses me. We know! That was like 2 chapters ago. And these chapters aren't long, my guy. Like, we know. We know you've been sending your covets away. We don't need you to be like, I remember when I did that 2 days ago. She's concerned about him having an heir, and he thinks it's because having an heir would mean I couldn't attend the centennial, which he hasn't been doing anyway, so who gives a fuck? Again, Isla fixates on the wrong thing. She goes, oh, if you had a child, you wouldn't let it know its mother? Why Isla? There's so many questions you could be asking in this scenario. You've got him all yourself to ask him as many questions as you want. And you're like, but what about mommies? And of course, this has Grimm thinking about her as a mother because, again, all of a sudden Grimm just really wants to get married and pop out a kid. That'd probably make the peasants feel better, right? If their boss got married and had a baby, that would cure all of their problems. We should probably do that. So, end of that chapter, it ends again with the same old thing. Grimm is like thinking about her and how he wants to have a baby with her, and then it ends with him being like, but I can't. I mustn't, because love is evil. Again. Just honestly, you could just say that over and over again. I love her, I want her to be mine, but love is evil and I mustn't. Just repeat that over and over again and you basically got Grimm's book. So that's fun. Hello everyone. Let's see, can you see her? Jojo has been like, she's sitting on the book. She's been insisting on being on my lap. So probably she'll leave, like, now that I'm settling in to read, but she was being so pushy, she's like, I'm sitting on your lap. Possibly she just wants the chair, because often she sits on this chair when I'm not in it, so perhaps she's just upset that I'm on the chair. Anyway, really short chapter today. We're going to read really quick, and then we're going to move on and do other things because I have a lot on my plate today. It is the day before my book releases, so a lot of stuff going on related to and not related to the book. This chapter is called She Thinks of Me, in which I'm sure Grimm will realize how much he cares about Isla, and then go, no, I can't, over and over again. So we have a moment where Grimm, they're trying to get past the traps again, with their cunning plan. And he realizes that this thief has access to a lot of enchantments and some traps that he recognizes from his own castle. So does that mean that we're actually going to, since, we're in Grimm's point of view, maybe follow him as he tries to figure out who this thief is and why they have things that are from his castle?
You serious?
So he says that he likes going into the cave with Isla because they go side by side. He's always been the one in the front. He's always been the one leading, so it's nice to have someone by his side, which would be amazing if we actually felt anything approaching chemistry with these two characters. Romantic or platonic, there's nothing. A big fat goose egg from these two. But also he's like, yeah, neither of us can use our powers, so we're on even footing. And I'm like, sir, you can get shot through the torso with 12 arrows and walk it off. She gets shot one time and she's like, I'm dying! She has to be resurrected twice over the course of these books. I just don't think you're on even footing like you think you are. Yeah, he even mentions how he shoved her out of the way from getting stabbed by a pike, because pikes are also apparently shooting out of the walls and stuff. And he got stabbed by it. And I'm like, if you're on equal footing, why are you so determined to get stabbed yourself and defend her? He says, for centuries, no one has dared ask me anything so personal when she asks him a random question. And it's yeah, because you force choke people if they bring up so much as a tiny grievance. It's sort of like that scene with Yzma.
You really should have thought of that before you became peasants.
But in the end, Yzma would then force choke the peasant to death. So this is just another horny scene. I feel like I'm probably not going to have much to report. So Grimm has a brief realization that would be really fun to explore if this author had any skill or interest in her own writing. Grimm realizes that other people, like Isla, can't read emotions. And he's so used to being able to read emotions that it takes him aback to realize, all she has to go on is the tone of my voice and my actions. No wonder she's been so confused by me, because I keep being hot and cold. And if she could read my emotions, she'd know that I'm always hot. 100% always down to clown. But she doesn't know that because of my tone. And that would be a really fun thing to explore, a character who makes this realization, who goes, oh, I actually have to use my words and my actions and my tone of voice to express what I really feel, because they're not going to be able to pick it up by feeling my emotions, because I'm the only one with that power. Grimm just kind of has that realization, and then we keep walking because, like I said, we're not interested in exploring anything interesting. But hey, this is something that we could take away for our own books. If you perhaps wanted to write a character who could feel other people's emotions, this might be a fun revelation for them to have. And then we could watch them learning how to do that and watch them working with that realization throughout their life, instead of just that's right, she can't sense my emotions. Anyway, I'm still horny. This is just an entire scene of horny will they, won't they? They go in to kiss, they back off. They go in to kiss, they back off. I cannot tell you how little investment I have in this moment, and I don't understand how the fans are invested at this point. It's like this book came along to give them negative chemistry. I think that Isla and Grimm have more chemistry in the main books, and that's not a whole lot. But we leave with a won't they, because even though they're basically slathering over each other in this scene, we just cut to him watching her sleep again. Because that's just so romantic when your boyfriend sits invisibly in your room watching you sleep. So yeah, it just ends with him doing the thing again where he's like, she's dangerous and I shouldn't be with her, but I want to anyway. What a thrilling scene that we definitely 100% needed, and not just a repeat of several scenes that we've already had. It was in the previous book, so people are definitely going to want to read it from Grimm's point of view. But as per usual, all we really got from Grimm's point of view is that he's incredibly horny all the time. And all he thinks about is Isla. The man is obsessed. And I don't think that's terribly sexy because, he's obsessed to the point where he's just letting other people die willy-nilly and he doesn't care. I don't find that attractive. See, I don't know if people really, because I've heard people say like, oh, the hero will sacrifice you for the world and the villain will sacrifice the world for you. And I guess that's hot to some people, whatever. But like, is neglect the sexiest way to do it? He's not just like sacrificing the world for her, he's just neglecting the world for her. He's just like, let those people die. I don't care if Drex eat everyone, as long as I keep my Christmas village with my licorice and my chocolate. That, if they touch the Christmas village, I can only imagine those are his thoughts. But I feel like the sexy version is him being like, I will burn down this whole world for you. Not, I'll ignore my responsibilities because I'm horny for you, and the rest of the world's just kind of gonna die because I couldn't be arsed. Like, is that hot? I feel like that's less hot. Anyway, I need to go. See you for the next chapter.
You know we gotta have at least one chapter with audio issues. This time, for some reason, my other mic picked up this really weird high-pitched noise that would 1,000% bore its way into all of our brains. So we're using my camera's audio for this.
Hello, it's me, and Tendi. We're back to read another chapter. If you hear noises in the next room, that's Adam. He's watching anime. Ignore the noises. Unless the noises are her, then you should definitely pay 100% attention. Alright, I think this next chapter is also pretty short. So we're gonna get through it together. This is chapter 18, Nightbane. I have been trying not to look ahead to see like when we get to the Oro part, but at the same time I'm like, how much longer is this thing? Long. Okay, we're on page 161 and it ends on page 225, so a little bit to go. It would be interesting to see how many of these chapters begin this exact same way, where Grimm thinks about how he's always lived. This time it's in frost and darkness. He'll say things like, I've always lived in pain and suffering, I've always lived alone, and blah, 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 blah. He starts out a lot of these chapters with, I've always lived this way that is miserable, and then she came along and brightened my world in some way. Place your bets now whether this chapter will include him thirsting mightily over Isla, and then deciding that he shouldn't, because that's, apparently we gotta make it through to 200 something pages of that. So she is making him realize that there are good things in his own realm, because she has opened his eyes to beauty. But of course it's always in the context of her, so it's like, and I want to show them to her, not I want to preserve them, I realize that my realm has value. It's, I can't wait to show them to Isla. We're copy pasting the scene where he shows her the Nightbane flowers, and she realizes they're the same flowers. Like, we did not need to see this again. I love the fantasy language in these books. Isla says, what even is this?
Poetry.
Also, we don't actually know what the Nightbane flowers look like. Like, I have a flower in my head that I have envisioned, but we don't ever find out what they look like, because visual descriptions, we don't do that here. We do know that the petals are very soft, but that's about it. Does it grow in a vine? Does it grow in a bush? Does it grow just straight up out of the ground? How many leaves does it have? Like, I mean, we don't need all of those details, but like something. And also, just in general, what does it look like? What color is it? We don't even know what color it is. So they make that weird deal where she says, give us some of these flowers and we'll make you elixirs. And in return, you have to give us some hearts of people you were already going to kill. I don't understand how there's anyone left in his land for him to kill. But I guess there are people on death row here. For what? Just send them to the front, honestly. Like, but this land is full of people who, like, use human skin for arts and crafts projects. So, like, what do you gotta do here to get sent to death row? I guess it's just everybody on Grimm's council. Rather than force choking them, he's just gonna give them to the wildlings to eat their hearts. I never realized how often Grimm backs Isla up against a wall sexily until this. It happens a lot. And all of it's in scenes from the previous books. So I think that just because we watched Isla do other things as well in the previous books, and in this it's just the Isla Grimm scenes, I'm realizing how often she's getting backed up against walls by this man. So after the brief recap of the Nightbane bargain, we're just back to the lusting. They're about to get hot and heavy, and then, oh no, danger, he has to go again. So, same old, same old. He goes to fight the Drex, and he thinks horny thoughts the entire time he's doing it. Imagine being killed by a shadow-wielding giant who also has an enormous boner just the entire time. That's what the Drex have to witness. Oh no, the Drex take out an entire legion. Well, apparently you have endless supplies of people, so I don't know why that's a problem, honestly. But he fights Drex for like 3 paragraphs, and then it's back to his room where Isla is waiting. And as usual, she's wearing a super sexy slinky dress because that's all she wears around Grimm.
Maybe you should put some shorts on or something if you want to keep fighting evil today.
She notices his boner, which, I mean, I think implies that he was out fighting Drex without any armor on. I don't think he really ever wears his armor, honestly. I think he's always just wearing, I don't know what he's wearing. And she, like, looks down at herself as if she's trying to figure out why he's turned on when she's wearing, like, a dress that is described as so skin tight it looks like it's wet. We gotta do that she don't know she's beautiful thing. I'm skimming because it's just more them slowly approaching each other, him thinking about how turned on he is by her. Is this the one where they finally do it? I don't know, because this keeps happening. It just goes on for pages and pages of them lusting after each other, and then something breaks them apart. But I know one of these times they do it. I feel like perhaps Alec Aster may be extremely straight, because I think she's having trouble figuring out like exactly what would be attractive about a woman for Grimm to lust after. Because, like, yeah, I mean, obviously she's wearing the dress that's basically like water, but like, are we talking about her curves? Are we talking about her legs, her boobs, her butt, her hair? Like, none of it. He notices her lips are parted a lot. Like, he's very focused on her lips and her mouth, which, I mean, is part of it for sure. But also, like, I feel like he'd notice other things. Like, when we were describing Grimm from Isla's point of view, she's looking at his rock-hard muscles, his amazing abs and his arms, and how statuesque he is, you know, all things, man. But he's really not being very descriptive about what he notices about Isla when he's super, super turned on. And I suspect it may just be because Alex Aster is woefully straight. That's just a guess. I don't know. I have no idea. It's just a vibe that I get from this book. That, or she just really struggles, which also could be very much true to write from anyone's point of view except Isla's. So she just might not know how Grimm would view Isla, because Grimm is not Alex Aster, and so she can't figure it out. So we do get the description here of, like, Isla wants to kiss him, but she stands on her tippy toes and she's still too short. And so we know that Grimm is unusually tall, and I think she's kind of a shorty, but let's look at the picture. She is shorter than him, yes, but standing on tippy toes, she could definitely give him a smooch. Like, their height difference is not actually that significant here. I think that's, like, the only one, really, that I have access to at the moment. But, yeah, her height difference, not significant, actually. I think that's the problem we have when making these guys so ridiculously tall and the women so teeny tiny, is when we actually go to draw the art, then we realize how absurd that height difference actually is. Also, the way that Aster is describing Grimm's member is making me giggle. She's really, I feel, struggling writing horniness from the point of view of a man. We have to have the part where he licks the top of her mouth, and I don't understand what that means. Is he licking the roof of her mouth, or is he licking her upper lip? Like, what is the top of her mouth? This is when he shreds her dress, and it does say that he reduces the dress once again to shreds. So he doesn't just like, let's get this off you, baby, rip. I just picture her standing there naked like, honey, the dress is off, and he's over here just like shredding it like a cat. Then he has multiple lines about how grateful he is that he gets to be here with her and experience this. We love a grateful man. Everything about this line is not sexy. I gently peel apart the thighs that she shut closed. First of all, it doesn't necessarily make sense. She's shut closed. We don't need both of those words, but also peeling apart her thighs. The word peeling. It's the word peeling for me. I don't find that sexy. But also that she shut closed. So they're bantering and he's finger banging her and I don't care. I had to step away to deal with ferret mess, but we're back. And all the ferrets are now with me because they followed me here. You want to say hi again, Tandy? No, they're leaving. All right. Yeah, like, what are you doing, Mom? Oh, boring shit? Never mind. All right, let's finish this up. We got like a page left, and it's probably just all gonna be heavy petting and sexy times. Here it is again. Her lips are parted. She doesn't really know how to describe Isla being turned on, except for that her lips are parted. You better remember that. This girl is just open mouth all the time. Yeah, so they just do it, and that's that chapter.
Yeah, banging. Do it, baby.
Banging, except for it's from Grimm's point of view, so different from when we watched it through Isla's point of view. All right, I have to go do ferret things, so I will catch you for the next chapter. Hello, and welcome back. Get used to me in this outfit because I intend to do a lot of filming today. Check out this cute Kirby shirt, though. I found it at a secondhand store for like $7, and like, look at it. Look at it. It's got Kirby. I think it was in one of those like geek box kind of things. Like it was part of that, one of those things. But I was super excited. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to get this shirt. Like, no question. Anyway, as usual, that's me avoiding starting reading this thing, but we gotta do it. We gotta get through Grimm's portion so that I can get it out to all of you and get to work on Oro's portion. Just a heads up, I will not be doing a cosplay at the end of Grimm's portion. I'm going to just do it for one overall for the whole thing. Whatever that turns out to be, but I am not doing it twice. Not for this. Not for this. Maybe a different book, but not for this. This next chapter is called Flying. So I think we are implying that he is masturbating. Thinking of her and their sexy times. It doesn't outright say it, but it says he's thinking of her, and then he has like pleasure that fades all too quickly, and then my hand falls onto the bed beside me exhausted. What was your hand doing that it's so exhausted? There, bud. So we cut from him doing that to him heading to another council meeting where he will no doubt force choke somebody. But Aster is like, hey, something wrong with you? Because, you know, the friends and family always notice, wow, you seem happier, you know? You seem lighter. You seem less murdery. Did you meet someone? And he looks down at his clothes and it says, they're immaculate as always. But what is he wearing? He might as well be wearing a leotard and a tutu. Like, I don't know what he's wearing. I don't ask for much. Just a few descriptions every now and then. I don't need to know every single detail, but I would like something. Give me a baseline of what he wears day to day and let me pick, like, what does he wear around the castle? Just tell me that once and I will happily picture some variation of that. But no.
I love her lack of energy. Go girl, give us nothing.
Okay, weirdly, there's a reference here to the real person fanfic that is in Grimm's library. Because Aster is trying to figure out what's going on with him, and clearly he's in love, or at least sexually satisfied. And she's like, have you been like perusing the books in your library by any chance? And he's like, no. And she's like, okay. We are once again just making sure that it is hammered home that Grimm's library in his castle is full of published fan fiction about him. I don't know if it's a desperate attempt by the people to try to get him to care about them. They're like, if we write that we're all into him, maybe he will not let us get killed off so easily. It's not working, clearly, because he hasn't, I guess, read it, but that's the only thing I could think of, because, like, why would anybody be into him? All right, we don't get the council meeting. We don't even find out what it was about, but I'm going to assume that he force-choked someone. So he's thinking about the Dragon Cave scenario and how they bested each obstacle. And I'm like, bested each obstacle, my dude, just means that you have just gotten hit by a whole bunch of traps over and over again. We already know that. Don't try to come in here and talk like you guys have cleverly been avoiding the traps and disarming the traps and stuff like that, besting the obstacles. We know. We were there. We saw those scenes in the previous book where all you did was just get hit by arrows and spears and stuff over and over and over again. So Isla's like, hey, since we're doing so well, do you want to go to a festival with me? It's the hot air balloon one where they, I believe, kiss in a hot air balloon. And he's like, the Skylings on all of their endless parties, they're so frivolous. And I'm like, yep, let's make the place ruled by the gay guy, the one that's frivolous and throwing lots and lots of parties. He likes about Isla that she doesn't have any other friends just like him. Like, sir, that's not good. She lifts her chin a lot, too. That's something else I've noticed. There's a lot of repetitive movements in this. And whenever she is, like, hanging out with Grimm and she's not doing something super sexy, she's always lifting her chin. So she lays down the law. She's like, we are not a couple. We are not a thing. We are not affianced. So, like, if I want to hang out with other people, or if I want to have fun times with other people, if you know what I mean, that's none of your goddamn business. And I mean, good for her. I don't like her as a character and she's not well written, but good for her in this moment. They do not have an understanding of being an exclusive couple. So yeah, she can do what she wants. This just exists so we can see Grimm be like, I don't want to think about her with anybody else. I'm so jealous. We have another trope that the girlies love, and that is making the guy go shopping for them. So, like, she's like, I don't have any dresses that I want to wear to this party, so you have to go shopping. And so got this mental image of, like, this big tough guy who has to go dress shopping for his girly. So it's the whole, like, she crooks her little finger and he does whatever, which is, you know, the fantasy. And I suppose more harmless than a lot of the other more toxic fantasies. But they're all here. They're all here. And we're not doing anything interesting with them. But of course, he doesn't mind at all because it's for her. This is not emasculating for him, which is great. I mean, obviously, you want to see it. You want to, you know, see your guy be able to go buy a dress for his girl and not feel emasculated for it. But at the same time, it's like, it's just like 3 lines and then we're done. We don't actually get to see him go shopping, which might be fun and interesting and a little bit funny as he fumbles his way around that. He just says that he's going shopping for her and then he portals back with a dress. He thinks she's taking too long to prepare, though, because, you know, women always be taking so long to prepare. He says his armor only takes him minutes to put on. He is full of shit. First of all, he doesn't have anybody who helps him put his armor on. He is depicted wearing plate mail, first of all. And fun fact about me that you guys probably already know, I do LARP. And in the LARP that I do, at least right now, a lot of the armor worn is accurate armor. So people are wearing real plate mail out on the field. They're not wearing plastic plate mail. They're not wearing leather plate mail. It's real, it's metal, it's heavy, and it takes a lot of time to put on. Most people have 1 to 2 friends help them put it on, and it still takes longer than a few minutes. Grimm is trying to put this shit on by himself. He doesn't have a squire, he doesn't have a servant. And it only takes him minutes? I don't think so. Once again, proving that Alex Aster cannot be arsed to do the bare minimum of research. Just freaking look up how to put on plate mail. There are YouTube videos. That would take you minutes. So Grimm is fine with, like, going out and buying, like, a dress and body glitter. He got her body glitter. But going to the party, he's like, everyone is ridiculous. Only Isla is not ridiculous, even though she's dressed exactly like the rest of these people. How dare anyone except Isla feel joy? He says that they're in disguise, but we don't know what he's wearing at all. We know what she's wearing. She's wearing a sexy blue dress that shows off her legs and her bust, and also body glitter.
If you want to take a moment to pause and look at your screen, this is what I assume she's wearing from the barest of bones descriptions that we get. It just sounds like it looks like this. Such fantasy garb. Wow, so creative.
But what's he wearing? Fuck if I know. He says he's in disguise, but does he even own anything blue? Please tell me he put on some body glitter. Oh, okay. He says, I'm glad I formed illusions around us, for he would have spotted me instantly, meaning Azul, the other leader. So why did she, if he was going to form illusions around them, so he didn't have to dress up in any of these silly, frivolous outfits, why did he go and get her this dress? He bought this dress. Why didn't he say, oh, don't worry about it, Isla, I'll disguise us. You don't have to wear this blue dress. It wasn't like it was a surprise. He fucking bought it for her. But Azul is here, and it says, he's giving a speech somewhere nearby. She asks about him, and I answer her questions. Well, thank God. I don't know if we saw him answering the questions in the previous iteration of this chapter when we read it in a previous book. But if we did, this is how you gloss over stuff the reader already knows. So Alex Aster does know how to do it. She just won't with all of these pointless scenes that are just copy-pasted with Grimm and Isla, with a little bit more of Grimm's horniness thrown in. So she says, what do you think of Azul? I tell her the truth. He runs his realm as a democracy. Everyone has a say. It's foolish. She frowns. It doesn't sound foolish to me. She hasn't seen war. She hasn't seen factions forming, battling against each other. First of all, how do you know? And second of all, if this is such a bad idea, has Azul been having these problems? Do you see factions warring against each other in Azul's kingdom? Because his place seems to be prospering, and they're throwing parties and everybody seems to be happy. Your kingdom is taken over by monsters constantly, and if monsters aren't killing your people, you are, Grimm. So, like, maybe don't be so disparaging. Like, take a look around. So he is completely, as we've mentioned, 1000% besotted with this girl, would give up his entire life for her. If she turned to him and said, right now, chop off one of your own fingers, no questions asked, he would grab a knife and do it immediately. But he keeps thinking about how she's probably going to die when she grabs the sword for the first time. Dude, like, it doesn't work anymore. We can't just be like, oh, he's like denying his feelings, or, you know, oh, he feels bad about her having to die, or he's just messing with her or something, because we know how into her he is. So there is absolutely no chance that he would still be going ahead with this sword plan. He would have been, if he didn't talk to Isla, which I guess he wouldn't because communication is not allowed in these kind of stories, he could instead go, you know what, we're doing something else. We're doing something else, you know, I don't want this sword anymore, or I've got a different plan to get it. He would, at this point in the story, with how absolutely 1000% down bad he is for this girl, would never, at this point, chance even the slimmest chance that she will die when she touches the sword. And he's still going, man, it's gonna suck when she dies when she touches that sword. And I'm like, I don't believe you. At least from Isla's point of view, he seemed a lot more aloof, and we could believe that he was still willing to sacrifice her for the sword. But from his point of view, we know that that's 100% impossible. Like, he would lay his entire body down in a puddle right now so she could use him to walk over and not get her feet dirty. But he's gonna sacrifice her? I don't think so. He's afraid of heights when they go up in the balloon, because the one thing that these guys are allowed to be afraid of, it's heights. That is the one acceptable masculine fear. He thinks while he's up here, I don't like anything but you about Isla. He hates everything else except Isla. And yet at the same time, we're supposed to believe that he's going to sacrifice her to get this sword for a country that he's supposed to be in charge of, but he clearly hates, and in fact just stated in his own thoughts, I hate everything but you. Why would he even want the sword anymore? Like, let his people fucking die. He doesn't care about them. Go with Isla and become a wildling. Who cares? So she's like, oh, I want to see mountains. And he thinks, I want to show her the Algid, I don't know. The peaks there with snow as light as dandelions. I think you mean as light as dandelion fluff? Because dandelions themselves are not, like, known for being the lightest thing ever. Dandelion fluff, though, is pretty light. But he wants to show her the quaint Christmas village that somehow exists in his lands. They start making out in a hot air balloon. We've seen this scene before from her point of view. So they get hot and heavy, and she demands that they portal to her room. They do, and I'm like, and now they're, you know, heavy petting on her bed, and I'm like, I don't know what happens if her guardians come in this moment. So they're about to do it, but she had a few drinks, like sips, of skyling wine when they were in the hot air balloon, and he is like, no, she cannot even be buzzed when we do it. I totally am on board with a guy being like, no, you're drunk. I don't want to do it with you until you are more sober. But she's not drunk. She had a couple of sips of skyling wine. She is at best buzzed. So instead they just spoon. The perfect man. And that's the end of that chapter. Wow. Another repeat chapter. Another copy-paste of exactly what we've seen before. I hope that Oros is not this again. Like, please, I'm begging. And we're back for more. Let's just keep going, baby. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how long we're going to be following this just repeat of the previous book. I guess until she reaches her word count, page allotment. This chapter is called Summer. He thinks I'm greedy, I'm selfish, I'm despicable. And I'm like, yes, but not for the reasons that you think you are. So they go, now they're going shopping again. Cutesy shopping montage. Because they need sparkles to distract the dragon. I don't remember this part from Isla's point of view. Maybe we didn't get it. Maybe this is a whole separate scene. But they're like, we had the last part of our plan. We need some sparkles. Dragons. I mean, the dragon's asleep, right? And it slept through all of this. So why do you need to distract it? Just like sneak. He says of the stalls, some sell swords, others burnt sugar. Burnt sugar? You mean caramel? Caramel? Whatever. I've been pronouncing it caramel for ages because it annoys people. Anyway, you mean that? Which you would certainly know about since you know about chocolate and licorice. I feel like caramel is not too big of a stretch for something that you would know about. Also, it's nice that the Starlings just have this market as though their culture is totally fine, even though once again they die at like, was it like 20 or something like that? I can't remember. But he's like, yeah, everybody here's really young. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Their curse is like really, really atrociously cruel to them. And also some of them are kept as slaves in other places. So like, but no, they just have this market that has everything you might need in it. Don't worry though, nobody's upset. All I feel is lightness, happiness, as if the surety of their fate has made them all determined to enjoy the few days they have. Wouldn't want to have to deal with people being upset about anything, except Grimm. He's the only one who's allowed to be upset. Maybe everyone here is just all very high. Of course, he ties back these people's happiness to Isla because everything circles back to Isla. So it reminds me of Isla. She lives every single day to its brim. She feels fully. But then we get the chapter title because we're still doing that thing. Like the author likes to drop just a random noun as the chapter title, and then that noun is within the first couple of pages. So Isla is like summer for Grimm, who has lived in an endless winter. But realizing that turns him on, so they abandon their shopping trip and just go to make out some more at her place, or his place, or somebody's place, it doesn't matter. And he's putting up against the wall again. Oh, they didn't go back to one of the rooms. This is the alley makeout scene. I'm skimming because it's just so repetitive. And they go back to finding the sparkles to distract the dragon. Thank God that scene happened, and that we had to watch it all over again, even though we have read it before. You know, could we have instead perhaps seen portions of this experience, this outing, that we had not seen from Isla's point of view? So he's like, I need to do some research to figure out how to not get Isla killed, finally. He's decided I don't want to do that. So he goes to get some books, and he runs into Astria, whose, like, arms are piled with books, and she, like, blushes and scurries away, and he's like, wow, she is such a reader. And I'm like, Alex is really chuffed with the fact that she filled Grimm's library with real person fan fiction about him. I don't understand why this is the plot point we keep coming back to. So he's like not finding anything. He's like, if we had a love bond, she'd be fine, but we don't because I can't feel love. I am an emotionless monster. So he's like, the options are I let my nation die, but Isla live, or I sacrifice Isla for my people. And of course he's like, well, obviously I'm keeping Isla. The only reason he thinks about even saving his people is because his father's voice is ringing in his ears. I have no idea why his father wanted to save the people either. They don't care. None of these darklings care, or whatever the fuck they are. In the end, he decides that he needs to sacrifice Isla for his world, mostly because, like, he's come this far, and also he can't let emotion rule him because he's an emotionless monster. He decides to go through the plan and let Isla touch the sword because he's decided that emotions are bad again. He just keeps going around and around with this. So he sets off the sparkles, and the dragon comes out of the cave to chase them because dragons like shiny things. They're essentially like crows, I guess. But, like, it was asleep, so again, I'm just wondering why we did not, in fact, just go sneak in, grab the sword, and leave. But as we know, because we read the first book, the dragon doesn't stay distracted. It goes after Isla. So he's got to go in there and be like, no! The dragon breathes fire, and he sees the fire heading towards Isla in slow motion. And he says, I watch them inch toward my heart, my life, the only person who has ever seen who I am beyond the blood on my hands. The only person who has dragged me back from the abyss. The only person who I would want by my side until the end of time. The only reason that she has this status, the only reason that he gave her a chance, is because she is so unbelievably hot. I guess nobody else in his realm was hot enough. Heck, even Oro. But I guess Oro also wasn't hot enough. So his requirements for a soulmate mostly predicated on whether she's super, super sexy. But yeah, he uses his shadows to put out the flames. Don't ask how that works. And of course that causes the sword to poof away because when he uses his powers near the sword, it leaves. I don't know why that's a feature for the sword that is supposed to be used by his family to control Drex. I don't know, maybe it was explained at some point. And the chapter closes out with, once again, another one of those lines that Alex Aster loves to write, which are just very snappy advertisement lines. Call me a villain, call me a monster, just let me call you mine. Slap that on a reel or a TikTok, and you'll sell some books, I guess. Maybe that's why I'm so bad at finding cool quotes from my own books, because I don't write for quotes. I write to write a good story. I don't write to make snappy quotes that I can sell the book on later. Sometimes I think she like invents these quotes beforehand, and then it's like I just have to get to a place where I can use this amazing quote that I've thought of. Anyway, that's the end of that chapter. Oh boy, and we're still going. We are still going. Now we're back. This chapter is called Bliss. Grimm shrugs with one shoulder. Take a drink. Isla points out that like his realm is in trouble now since they don't have a direct defeating sword, and he's like, oh yeah, those people. Maybe I should feel a little bit bad about that, but I don't. Rib-sinking worry is all I feel from her. Rib-sinking worry. What the heck is rib-sinking worry? Have you ever been so worried that you felt like your ribs were sinking? Sinking where and into what? Maybe chest tightening worry, perhaps? So they're listing things they like about each other / things they know about each other, some of which I'm like, how do you know that? Like he says that Isla hates the cold, but loves to dance. And I'm like, well, I mean, she likes to dance, definitely. You saw her dance like one time, and then you got mad and killed a guy. And hates the cold? Have you talked about that? Have you covered that? I mean, she hasn't even remarked on the fact that you are cold physically to the touch. But then she goes off on the things that she loves about him, and they're so superficial. Like, I don't know, the shadows at your feet puddle when you're happy. There's the word puddle again. Or that for some reason you've had healers remove every one of your scars except the one I gave you. Or that you have a magnificent tub in your bathroom and an even more magnificent ego. All of those things are so shallow. And also, like, now that we've been in Grimm's point of view and found out what a pathetic sad sack he is, like, his lines where he's very cocky and egotistical make even less sense. Because he just says them. We don't feel his, like, emotional, like, beats of trying to be so much more confident than he actually is. Because in his head, he has two modes, sad and horny. Those are his two things. And neither of those things actually match with the lines that he says. From Isla's point of view, you could be like, yeah, he's kind of a cocky jerk, you know? But from his point of view, those lines don't make as much sense with the personality that we get to see. Now, he could be pretending to be a cocky jerk. That's totally allowed. But he's not. He just says the lines because that's the line that goes there, not because he decides to be like, okay, so I want to say this, but I'm going to say this so I seem like even more like aloof to her or whatever. He's not doing that. He just says those lines because his personality has drastically changed so that he can be, from his point of view, a horny sad boy 24/7. There is no ego. There is no snark to him. His thoughts are not snarky. His thoughts are not egotistical. He never thinks these clever, snappy things in his own head. He just says them to her because those are the lines that Alex Aster wrote in the previous book. But also, one of the things that she likes about him is his bathtub. I tense, realizing she's discovered things I haven't even noticed or admitted about myself. Like that you have a giant bathtub. He says, I feel seen for the first time, known for the first time. And it's like, you could have been before, except for you basically kill everybody who talks to you, who speaks to you, because they weren't hot enough to keep you from killing them. But they're planning for the Centennial now, because he's like, well, I guess I have to go to the Centennial and break the curses, because that will help me defeat the Drex, I guess? I don't know, maybe it was clearer in the original book versus the copy-pasted scene, but it's not very clear in this scene why he's decided the Centennials is his next best option. But he's like, we have to pretend to be enemies at the Centennial. Unclear exactly why. So for some reason, we're in his point of view, you'd think we would get his reasoning for this, but for some reason, he says, by the way, Isla, I know that you don't have powers. And she freaks out and she's afraid of him for the first time ever. But he tells her that she's perfect and she smooches him. But they finally decide to have sexy times for real, so the real thing, P and V. And he's like, I'm gonna not be gentle. And she's like, actually, I'd prefer if you were gentle. And he's like, okay, I'll be gentle for you. They're in her room, by the way, and she, like, briefly worries about her guardians coming in, and he's like, don't worry, I've shielded us. And I'm like, okay, so what would the guardians see if they came into the room? Would they see an empty room? Would they see Isla asleep in her bed? Would they just see a cluster of shadows making vaguely sexual movements? Like, what would they see? He says, nobody's ever dared to admire me, and I'm like, there's a whole bunch of fan fiction in your library that says differently, bud. Yeah, he mentions his magnificent ego again. But there's no moment inside his own head where he goes, I am lying to her, like I never have felt worthy or whatever. He just says it like the person that says his lines is a different person than the one who thinks his thoughts. Does that make sense? I hope I'm articulating that well. His shadows are puddling. He rips another dress to shreds. Once again, he doesn't just tear it off of her, he rips it to shreds. We have been painstakingly watching him slowly put it in. So slowly. I mean, he wants to be gentle because it's her first time, whatever, that's fine. But it says, I finally bottom out, which is a bizarre way to say he's all the way in. She makes a scraping sound in the back of her throat. What the hell noise is that? A scraping sound at the back of her throat. And is that noise sexy? They're doing a lot of positions and activities that feel like they'd be kind of difficult to do at the same time. I'm not going to go into depth describing them because I usually try to gloss over these scenes. But let's just say there's a lot of like, how are they doing this at the same time as that kind of things? Like, how flexible are these people? So they finish. It's amazing. It's the best he's ever had, of course. And he says, infinite. That's how I feel afterward. When the sex is so good that you feel infinite.
To infinity and beyond!
She falls asleep after the sexy times. They do it several more times. That's just glossed over. She wakes up. She gazes lovingly at him. She's like, you have a dimple. And he says, you're the only one who's ever seen it. Because like we said, this man does not smile ever. And it's like, great. I love a guy who never smiles. She shifts, crawling up my chest to rest her face in front of mine. That's such a funny mental image. I picture her scuttling like she's some kind of newt. So we just reiterate that it's the best sex ever, and he's never had sexy times like that before, and like he could never ever have any other woman because they wouldn't compare. And that's the end of the chapter. So great, amazing. All right, I got some tea, favorite tea, and we're back to read at least one more chapter. Adam's gonna be home soon from activities he was doing today, so probably when he comes home, I will stop reading. But we've gotten a few chapters out of the way, so we're getting closer to like the halfway mark, which is probably, I bet you she split it evenly. I bet you that's why there's so many pointless scenes in here, is just because she's like, I need to get it even. Once again, we start with him thinking about how she's just changed everything. She's so amazing. She just came into his life and changed everything.
When did you first suspect you were dating a manic pixie dream girl?
Aside from being incredibly horny all the time, I would love to have a better idea of how she has like just charmed him. But he keeps assuring us that she is his moon, his stars, his sun, his summer, his everything. She is so incredible. But it's like, but what is incredible about her, Grimm? If you stop to think, what have we seen in these pages that is so incredible about her? What makes her more special than anyone else? The only reason that you think she's so special is because you've not met anyone else. You refuse to get to know people. They're all just faceless peons to you. So of course she seems special, because you've never seen other human beings as human beings. She's moved some of her stuff into his castle. He's like, her toiletries are in my bathroom, and it's like so disgustingly domestic. Basically, also, they have been humping like rabbits, like doing it multiple times a night and then waking up in the morning and doing it again. He says he's infinite again. We get it. You just had the best sex of your life, and apparently that's so friggin' life-changing. I don't know, maybe I'm too asexual for this, but like, life-changing sex? I don't know, man. I don't know if anybody could be good enough to change my life. But I'm probably just too ace for this. I probably just wouldn't understand. So apparently he's given her hickeys. I don't know how she's hiding that from her guardians. Oh, okay. Apparently they're using healing, like healing elixir, to hide their hickeys. So what a great use of healing supplies. He wonders how he went 5 centuries without this feeling. Way to remind us how much older he is than her. So we smash cut from them doing it again to the baby dragon. She brought him a baby dragon, and now it's in his room. The baby dragon cries like a human baby with actual tears. He picks it up, it stops crying, he sets it back down, it starts crying again. So basically they have a child now. At least we are getting, even though this scene is very dumb, we are getting a little bit of Grimm actually dealing with the baby dragon, because in the OG book, she literally was such an afterthought. Like, at the very end of the book, she was like, oh, and also I gave Grimm a dragon. The end. And then the next time we see it, it's like fully grown. So we are getting to see Grimm interact with the baby dragon. We are finally getting a scene that's not just copy-pasted from a previous book. So I guess I should be happy. I should be thankful that I'm getting one after so many chapters that were just copy-paste. He's also jealous of the dragon because Isla comes and she loves the dragon, and he is like, she's already in love with this thing, and it took me months. And I'm like, did it really? She was kind of horny for you pretty quick. But also, like, he doesn't understand the difference between loving him and loving a pet. Men go to therapy. Oh my God. So him dealing with baby dragon was about a page long, and then we time jump again. So we time jump to when she shows up in his house again with something that feels like an afterthought. She randomly found the sword. Maybe we're finally going to figure out like how and where she found it.
Get used to disappointment.
Because in the previous book, it was basically just handed to her. The universe was like, oh, by the way, here's the sword. So for some reason, I don't know why, maybe it was clear from her point of view, for some reason, she's like, Grimm, how can I, like, hold this sword? What's going on? And he's like, oh, it's because you're part Nightshade. Like, he finally tells her that she's part Nightshade, which is supposed to be this huge revelation that he's been, like, hiding from her, and she's going to feel betrayed for, like, 10 seconds. I don't remember enough details of this scene from her point of view to know why she's, like, so upset about this. Did he explain to her that only a Nightshade could touch the sword? Because I don't think he was clear. I don't think he ever fully admitted to her that he thought she was gonna die when she grabbed the sword. Like, at least from his point of view, I don't think he ever did. He was always thinking about maybe doing that and thinking about how he was totally gonna sacrifice her, and she doesn't know. But now she's like, how can I hold this sword, Grimm? And he's like, oh yeah, you're part Nightshade. Yeah, she's not even mad. She's just like, oh. She's probably had more in her point of view, but, like, this is all we get. I tell her she's Nightshade. I tell her about her father, about how he was a Nightshade and impervious to curses, just like her. I tell her why I needed the sword so badly, and of course she offers it to me. That's all we get. We don't even get her reaction to finding out that she's Nightshade. He's like, I don't want to use it anymore. I mean, you don't want to use it anymore to take over Lightlark, I presume, but don't you still want to use it to make the Drex stop killing your people? I'm very confused. Like, he's like, no, I can't use it now. Like, I'm so baffled. Baffling. You'd think I would have a better understanding of things from Grimm's point of view, but I am more confused.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
So he says that if he uses the sword, it's going to cost her her life, and I don't remember why. Clearly I'm supposed to remember why from the previous book. So he's like, I won't use the sword because it will kill you. And she's like, I never want to see you again, and portals away. The lore is so confusing and so hard to keep track of. It's like liquid through your fingers, this lore. There's always so much new stuff being piled on that it's impossible to remember the old stuff. And I legitimately, feel free to put it in the comments, I legitimately don't remember why this sword would kill her if he used it. I understood that he thought that when she touched the sword, it would kill her. That's why he was using her, because he couldn't touch the sword, so he needed her to do it, but it was going to kill her, but he didn't care before until he fell in love with her, blah, 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 blah. But, like, why now does he think if he uses it, it will kill her? So he throws himself back into his work. He decides maybe he should fight some Drex, so he goes and deals with that occasionally for the next little while Isla is mad at him. Astria says, hey, if the Drex, like, attack us one more time, like, one more really good attack, we're fucked. Our entire land is going to be overrun with Drex. And I'm just imagining Grimm thinking, not the Christmas village! And his only reaction is to think, I chose this. He's like, yeah, it's fine if my people die. It's for Isla. And then we just cut to, it happens just days later. But he's like, he's putting on his armor piece by piece, all by himself, by the way. So it's going to be kind of a challenge, but you go off. And he's like, at least I got to live for a little while with Isla.
Pull yourself together!
He portals to her room to say goodbye, and he brings the dragon, but he wraps the dragon in shadows, so it's not there, which is a retcon so that we can be like, yeah, the dragon totally existed in this scene. It was just invisible. He's really into her lips. Like, very, very into her lips. So he's trying to say his goodbyes, and she's like, what's going on? What's the matter? And it says, pressing a finger to her lips, taking a moment to enjoy their softness. So he's trying to say, like, I'm gonna die. And he's like, but her lips are so soft, though. He says, the gods don't listen to people like me. And again, I ask, who the fuck are the gods? How are they worshipped? Who worships them and why? So many questions. And he says, you and me were infinite. Alex Aster remembered the line about them being infinite, and it has been in the last, like, 3 chapters. So she's like, Grimm, let me go with you to die with you, or whatever. So he's like, goodbye, Heart Eater, and he hugs her, and he takes her star stick. Like, he hugs her and takes it out of apparently she's got it jammed down the back of her pants right now, and he takes it so she can't follow, and then he goes off to die heroically on her behalf, I guess. If only the rest of his realm knew that he was sacrificing all of them for just the most amazing pussy he's ever had. All right, one more chapter. Adam will probably come home in the middle of this and make a bunch of noise, but something I was thinking about just now is I've noticed that in this Grimm section, and it's also prevalent in the rest of the books, but especially with this, it's something I've noticed from a lot of beginner writers that I've worked with lately, is that we are lacking a lot of Grimm's internal thoughts and feelings. Now, we are getting a lot of him just being like, I'm so sad or I'm so horny. Like, it's not like we're getting nothing, but not only is it repetitive, but we're not getting basically any of his thought processes. Like, why does he do anything? What are his thoughts and feelings about that? Does that make sense? Like, there's no feeling of flow or thought process. We're just told things, and then he does things. And that's something I have noticed in some beginners that I have worked with, is that they have a lot of the characters' actions, which is good. It's not to say that characters shouldn't show who they are through their actions, but a lot of times we lack continuity of internal thought and the process of internal thought, instead of just being, well, I can't do that because I love Isla. I want to see him think it out. I want to see him make choices that feel logical for his character. Like, what are his thoughts during some of these scenes with Isla besides she's hot and I'm horny? Maybe he doesn't have any. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just something that I've noticed. I wanted to talk about a little bit. And that comes down really to being able to put yourself into your character's shoes. And that's something that is a skill that some people need to build up, because there's different skills to writing. And everybody's, people are better at different things. And Alex Aster is clearly not. If she has built up any of that skill, she's not using it here. But yeah, Grimm has gone to fight the Drex, and the sky is blackened with them. There's so many Drex. And of course, he's thinking about Isla the whole time he's fighting Drex. And literally on this same page, so he's thinking about her fighting Drex, and then he says, I feel her. It isn't an illusion. It isn't a memory. My body, my mind, my very soul are still. I would know her anywhere, in any world, any universe, any time. In darkness and light, in quiet and chaos, I know her. So, like, we didn't even get through the page before he, like, senses her. But this whole, like, second half of this page is just all buzzy lines that are perfect for your Reels or your TikToks. But he realizes she must have got here by using his power because she loves him, I think, is what we're going for. So he is too busy staring at Isla in all her magnificence on the battlefield. A Drek, gets up behind him and stabs him through the chest, which, as we established, if this was just a regular arrow, he would be fine. But I guess the Dreks just have such powerful poison talons or whatever. So he's, perishing, I guess. It's all going very, very quickly. We can only assume that he's perishing. And then she screams, and this is when she, decimates everything around her with the power. But now, from Grimm's point of view, we know that it's mostly Dreks that she kills, and it's actually fine. Like, anybody else who was here was gonna die anyway. He gets to her side, and she's used all of her powers, quote-unquote. By the way, he's actually apparently fine now. He was stabbed through the body, and she was like, no, and used all of her ruinous powers, and now is, dying. And he's rushing to her side, so I guess we've forgotten that he was stabbed through the chest by poisonous claws. So as she's dying in his arms, she says, Grimm, pain is not the strongest. Man, this death scene, oh, so powerful. Don't go, don't leave me here alone. Stay, stay. She doesn't. She dies. Oh, we don't even wait to get to that. He says, Isla was right. I know it now. She taught me pain is not the strongest, love is. So we didn't even, not contented to let us figure that out on our own. By the way, love is the strongest. So he remembers something that he learned centuries ago that was never brought up until now about how to use some sort of spell to give someone life again. Would have been nice of him to have paid attention to that when people in his realm were dying like crazy, but apparently not worth his time. And he just does it. We don't find out how he does it. Like in Isla's section, I believe I wondered how he did it. And similarly here, he goes, I read about this spell where you can give someone life by binding yourself to them. And it just says, I do. Good. Great. I'm glad we're not explaining how that happened.
It's gonna be a very cool scene, so I need you to get all the way off my back about the logistics.
You know, this is just that scene from Star Wars with the Rey and Kylo Ren, except for neither of them die. You know, Grimm, as the love of your life was dying in your arms, perhaps you could have a moment where you realize that other people in your realm might have loves, and people that they adore just as much as you adore Isla, and maybe it was wrong of you to ignore them so long and only really go deal with the direct threat when you felt like it, when your girlfriend was busy. So she asks, how did you tie our lives together? And he's like, I don't know how to explain. And that's all we're gonna get. How'd you do it? I don't know. He also somehow can sense that it's not forever. I don't know how or why he can sense that. Yeah, she's like, you gave your life for me. And he's like, you did the same for me. And I'm going, don't you still have holes through you that were caused by Drex, which are so poisonous that last time one of them scratched you, you almost died? He's fine. And we smash cut to her in the tub and him giving her a bath, which is just skeezing me out again because I remember how much younger she is than him. And it's kind of like a dad bathing their child. So she falls asleep after bath time, and it says, I let her rest my hand over her heart. I just need to hear it beating. You hear with your hand? And then smash cut to some days later. She tells her guardians she's sick to get out of a few days of training, and I'm like, you expect me to believe that the people who made her hang for 5 hours from a tree, I think it was 5 hours, it might have been 5 fucking days. I don't know, it was very silly back then. But you expect me to believe that those people are gonna take I'm sick as a reason not to train? So there's just more gushiness about how much he loves her and how much she is his everything. There's only so many ways that you can say that before it gets pretty repetitive. But they finally say their I love yous. And once again, we've got more of those buzzy lines. No, heart, I don't love you. I live for you. I destroy for you. I die for you. My every thought and emotion revolve around you. You are my sun, my moon, my gravity, my eternity. Again, just slap that on a TikTok. But he confesses he wants to marry her and make babies. Then he says, I want you for endless eternities. And it's like, you can't, though, if you make babies. That's the lore that I was given to understand. Perhaps it has been retconned away, and that whole thing about having kids makes you age is not true anymore. That was just a thing that Alex came up with before and decided she didn't like, so she's just ignoring it now. And he proposes and she says yes, and that's the end of that. So I think we are going to be ending with the marriage. I think the marriage is going to be the end of Grimm's portion. I've got my phone here, and one of our video cameras is telling me that Adam is probably home, so that took the perfect amount of time. So that's enough for right now. Amazing news, everyone. I did not realize when I finished reading yesterday that I was one very short chapter away from the end of Grimm's portion. So I'm just going to do that, and then it will be coming to you, headed straight your way into your ear holes. So this chapter, 24, is called Bound, and it is the final chapter of the Grimm portion. Then we'll get on to our boy Oro and hope that perhaps he will be a little bit more fleshed out, because there's so much stuff that we could have done with Grimm's portion that we didn't. Anyway, let's just get this over with. By the way, if you hear crunch, crunch, crunch in the background, a ferret is eating. So we smash cut to the wedding. Apparently it's pretty similar to a wedding in our world. He's waiting for her to come in, like the bride comes down the aisle just like they do in our weddings, and he's with Astria, who's apparently his best man by virtue of the fact that he has no other friends or even acquaintances. Also, apparently Isla exploding her powers seems to have solved the Drek situation for a while. I don't know. I'm going to assume because they're just fine now. But we are told that he's told Aster everything. She knows everything now. Would have been amazing to actually see that scene and get her reaction, but we're not interested in that sort of thing. We have a wedding to get to. So one of the things I thought we were going to get in the Grimm section was him finding that diamond. Do you remember at the very beginning? The only reason that I remember it is because I'm editing the beginning of this now. I just did a bit of that before I came to read this chapter. So, like, there was at the beginning a diamond that his father was obsessed with finding in a swirly star portal thingy. And I thought for sure that that was going to be the marriage diamond that Grimm bestows upon Isla, and then she can't take off her life alert necklace. So I assumed that part of this story might be his quest for said diamond, because you know Alex Aster loves a quest, a fetch quest. But she loves writing horny sex scenes more. So apparently that part was skipped. And I'm curious if we're going to find out that that was that diamond and he's just got it now, or whether that was a plot point that we completely forgot about. Now, this isn't a good reason to marry somebody. So Isla shows up, and of course, he thinks that she's gorgeous. We don't know what she's wearing, but she's gorgeous. I mean, she's probably wearing this from the inner cover, I assume. But she says, "You followed me into death. Marrying you is the least I can do." What a great reason to marry somebody. It's the least I can do. They are getting married in front of an altar, and we know they have gods. So are the altars used to worship the gods, or is this just like for marriages only? I don't understand, but whatever. I've learned that none of my questions are ever going to be answered. Not only is she his best man, she's officiating as well, Astria, his general. She's doing everything because, again, Grimm doesn't have any friends or anyone else in his life with whom he even has a passing acquaintance. And then he says this happiness is infinite because Grimm's whole thing is infinite. It was at the beginning of his section as well, which again, I didn't remember until I was editing it because like that beginning part is so rushed, nothing matters. Okay, so I guess he doesn't have the wedding necklace yet because he said, "Our happiness is infinite, just like the stone I plan to get her, a symbol of our union. Because she deserves nothing less." So he's going to probably go get that stone, which is called Infinite, again, which I did not remember. But he hasn't got it yet. So, like, again, we could have taken up some time with that quest, but no, we had to personally witness every single sex scene or almost sex scene he had with Isla from his point of view. That was way more important than any side quests he could have gone on. So he doesn't have it yet. I don't know how he can get married without his marriage necklace, but he doesn't have it yet. But he's going to do the vows and everything, and then he's going to go get her that marriage necklace off page, I guess. We get very little of the ceremony because Alex Aster's not really interested in that. That would be culture building, and we know she's not about that life. And then they kiss, and that's it. That's the end of that section. So I can see now that the next section is 266 pages. How many pages was this? Ooh, 225. So Oro gets a slightly longer section. What? I am shooketh, but I think it's probably because Alex Aster ran out of copy-paste scenes for Grimm and Isla. Like, I guess I should be thankful that she just didn't do another version of that time they went through that cave for a really extended period. She probably would have if she could. If it had been within the time period that she was covering here, she definitely would. We would have watched that entire cave sequence all over again from Grimm's point of view and just find out how horny he was. But yeah, so much wasted potential. So much. There are so many parts of Grimm's life that we don't know very much about that we could have seen rather than just copy pasting over and over again all of his scenes with Isla that we have already read. It's not like there was nothing that she could have done. It's not like she was like, oh man, I've already covered Grimm's life so thoroughly in my other books that there's no choice but to copy paste for this money grab novella. No. What about Grimm's quest to go find the marriage necklace? What about there's a competition between Grimm and his siblings that's supposed to happen. I don't think it happens. I can't even remember that section. But like, I thought that maybe a sizable portion of Grimm's section of the book was going to be about that death competition with him and his siblings. But no, that didn't happen. That would have been, like, super easy to write. She could have made up any bullshit. Could have just copied some Hunger Games, but no.
Also, at some point and for some reason, Grimm is going to ally himself with Celeste, but we didn't even see her in this section. Now, I'm really shaky on the timeline because it's just wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. Honestly, it's very random, and at least 2 of the books spend time jumping back and forward in time. So it's very confusing exactly when Grimm meets Celeste and when they make their weird bargain for him to do whatever he did at the frickin' Centennial and wiped Isla's memory for reasons. But something that we could have done with Grimm's section is show him encountering Celeste, why he decides to ally himself with her, what their scheme actually is from his point of view, but we're not interested in that either.
All we wanted to do, and the reason that this came out so fast, is because it's literally just a copy-paste of scenes that we have already seen, with like 3 chapters thrown on the front that were written so fast and so sloppy. I've said it before, but I can tell when writers don't care. And even though the Silly Dragon books are bad, I still think that, at least the ones I have read, the ones that are out so far, that the author of Fourth Wing still cares about Fourth Wing. Like, she might not be the best at writing it, but she cares about it, at least a little bit. But Alex Aster checked out like 2 books ago. She doesn't give a fuck about Lightlark or the world she's created for it. She's gone. Her heart has abandoned these books so long ago, and I cannot fathom writing a book that I care so little about. Like, it is beyond my understanding to write something I care so little about. And that's probably why she's a big successful author and I'm not, because I guess you probably have to not care. But that's me. That's why I am self-published, because I can go at the pace that I need to go to, and my books take as long as they take, and I don't have anybody breathing down my neck demanding that I produce them novellas that don't matter and I don't care about. Like, I can just write what I'm passionate about, and that is the great thing about being an indie. But anyway, so Grimm's book was just horrible wasted potential, but let's see, I can take this bookmark out now, I don't need it. Let's see how Oro's book goes, and see if it is just as bad. I have hopes, but my hopes are often misplaced. I will see you then.
Why are you looking at me like that? Because you gotta kiss a klepto?
I'm not a klepto.
Then what? Cut it out! What?
She probably just wants to know about my patrons. Patrons like Sharka OC, Airy925, Indigo Marmot, Adriana, Laura, Wanda, Choco Tina, Clara, Lisa, Jen, Tex, Moon Island, Zenith, Ashley Bunnet, Nemo, Tactical Hot Dog, Haley History Nerd, Pixelizzy, Raya, Christina, Cameron, Lady Kragan, Lunar Muse, AJ, Marshy, Semidark, GK, Scout, Annika, Jen, Tina, Laknanga, SB Boots, Martha Baggins, July, Bird Anonymous, Sarah, Cat, 78 kilograms of shade, Veda, Ingrid, Roma, Haley, Sam, Kira, Mooney, Pudamancer, Kirsten, Bear, Jojo Bookish, Robin, Ursula, Caitlin, Jessica, KJ, Mufflier, Celia, Deborah, Swamp Goblin Waifu, Sophia, Merween, Kit, Light Julie, Patrick, Callison, Vampire Antihero, Shelby, Jesper, Rennie, Scribbling Cat, Savvy, Jenny, and Amanda.